I speak of Africa as beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life, and life so abundantly.
Shake your body, I say scream and shout. Life is too short. No matter where you come from, Africa is your home. Scream and shout, come dance with me. Cheza, cheza, hey. Cheza mziki, cheza, hey. Cheza, cheza, hey. Cheza mwana wa Afrika, hey. Cheza, cheza, hey. Cheza baba, cheza, hey. Cheza, cheza, cheza mwana wa Afrika. Brenda Pasi, Ivoni Chaka Chaka, Kana Bongo Man, Kofi Oromide, Muriva Mutukuzi, Juliana Kanyomozi, Mama Africa, Eddie Kenzo Africa, hey, Mama Africa.
Africa as beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life and life so abundantly.
Yes, Mary, over to you. Hi, Mary, are you there?
Welcome to day 2 of our conference. Good afternoon, everyone. It was so nice. Yesterday was fully packed, very rich, enlightening section. We believe today is going to be more interesting. Now, looking at lessons learned. Oh, sorry, my name is Mary Eshet, for the benefit of those that might just be joining us today. Looking at some of the highlights of day 1 conference, as shared by some of our keynote speakers and the contribution. Part of the highlights are there is a need for Africa to involve participation of organizations ability to self-respect, self-regulate, and take control of its own process of involvement, and leading with a view to effectively achieve its reason for existence. Another highlight pointed out yesterday that there's a need to have accredited OD training centers all across the country in Africa, so that training will not be concentrated in just the hand of a few countries. The need for all to embrace technology will create room for more people to be reached in the continent, especially during the intervention process. There is the need to have a
Sorry, Mary, unmute, Mary. Please, everyone, can you please mute yourself? I'm struggling to mute people here. Can you please help us by muting yourself if you are not speaking? Thank you so much. Yes, Mary.
Thank you, Doctor. So there is a need to have in place recognized national and continental professional association to regulate and give credence to the profession. This will help in checkmating those that are not qualified and keep parading themselves as one. Then the unfavorable cultural practice was also looked at. And it was highlighted yesterday that the unfavorable cultural practice that has served as roadblock must be surmounted. More collaboration among practitioners must be visible if we really need to make progress. There is a need to customize our process, organization improvement, and individual development for the desired outcome to be achieved. During the intervention process, organization members must participate in the problem-solving process. This was also highlighted. Consultants need to educate clients about intervention before choices are made. Client dependency on the consultant must be lessened so that the solution that emanates must come from the client and not from the consultant. And when solution emanates from client, there is ownership and there is accountability. Solution must come from the client and not the practitioner. And this was really emphasized upon. Leaders must have strategies that advance the mission of the network as against being biased to organization benefits. All the consultant that comes with his toolbox cannot be successful if he doesn't market the use of self as an instrument. And this also involves ask questions, the right questions, to help an individual understand themselves and the organization which they work with in order to be able to deal with cultural diversity that might come to play. African problem is not its culture. Rather, it promotes development, collaboration, and care for one another. Also, there is a need for all to have access to education, skills, and knowledge. This should not be restricted to a selected few. Organizational development gives opportunity for individuals to look at themselves with an interest to improve from their current reality. OD has contributed deeply to teamwork, collective gathering, mentoring, mutual respect, leadership, network, and so more of this needs to be encouraged. There is a need for all consultants in Africa to help organizations nurture imagination and cultivate living vision. OD must be brought into the mainstream through the creation of a social system of OD, that is organizational development practitioners in the African continent. For Africa to go past its challenges, there is a need for her to innovate, empower more Africans, upskill, and this can be achieved through organizational development. and not to bring in ego, isolate, and not to bring in cultural and ethnic belief. Well, this can serve as a division or the tension. Then there's also the need to collaborate with other African countries. It is pertinent to plan, identify the purpose of network, design the structure it will take, create the enabling environment, and continually carry out assessments. For a successful engagement client-consultant relationship, there is the need for AODA, for practitioners, for consultants to design a thoughtful process that will ensure that the client-consultant engagement relationship must be understood in order to understand the power dynamics as well as the boundaries for there to be a harmonized client-consultant relationship. So these are some of the highlights from our day one conference. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for capturing such pertinent areas as was discussed yesterday. Probably, can I ask Mr. Alex as well, any key highlights from yesterday, Mr. Alex? You're muted.
Yeah, from yesterday, make one key point. It seems Mary has made quite a number of them. What I would add is the point about collaboration again. I think this is very critical to the success of what we've begun, the ability to collaborate and to intensify sharing of ideas and to be real change leaders on the continent. I must note that, as we said, our culture is going to play a very key role in what we've started. And so our sensitivity to cultural issues must be really sharpened. I had the experience of doing some consulting, Costa Rica, France, the US, and then China. And I could see that in all these places, the dynamics changed as we went into those places. So really, in Africa, with our diversity, we need to really emphasize this cultural aspect of us. So thank you, and we hope to add on as we move along. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll pick two more guests before we start the program. Dr. Jean, key takeaways from yesterday. Dr. Jean, then probably John. John Aisi after Dr. Jean. Then we will start. Yes, Doc.
Thank you, Dr. Justin. For me, it was the overall, and I echo what Dr. Alex and Dr. Mary said about collaboration. And I believe we have more in common than perhaps we all realize. And I think as OD consultants and OD practitioners and OD academics, part of what we need to focus on, and this was so well brought out with Dr. Rowland and Dr. Noble's presentations, what we need to focus on is how to build on what we have in common and those questions and our own characteristics and that use of self and humble inquiry. Those were my key takeaways. Thank you, Dr. Justin.
Thank you. Thank you. John Aiden, I guess you were here yesterday. John is not there. Mr. Simon Zokoto.
Hello, good day.
Yes. Simon Zokoto, take away from yesterday before we start. Okay, not there. I will ask Madam Agi to give us takeaway from yesterday and do us the honor of introducing Mr. Martin as our first keynote speaker. Madam Agi.
Thank you. As Gina said, for me, my key takeaway yesterday was about culture and the importance of us embracing culture, integrating it into the OD work that we're doing. Theories that we have learned from the West, but how can that be suitable? And I think one thing that was brought up was, what is it that can connect us all in our diversity? And we said Ubuntu cuts across. So maybe starting from the Ubuntu spirit, that could be the starting point for us. So I was not ready that I was the one to introduce your guest, but I'm honored to introduce to you today Martin Kalungu-Banda, who's an OD practitioner, and he has done work across the continent and also globally. So Martin, I think, will be sharing with us on skills. So Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Agi, and greetings, everyone. And may I begin by simply honoring the courage, the genius, and the leadership capacity that has brought us together. Thank you for all the work that has been done in the background. Some names that have moved mountains that we will never come to know, so that we can share knowledge together. Permit me to reflect on what I consider some of the core skills and process for being a successful OD practitioner. And I know there is much more than I'm going to share, but I speak from my little experience of doing this kind of work. And so here are my slides. First of all, I begin by saying, considering the task that we collectively face as OD practitioners on the continent of Africa, the task of societal transformation, whether we are dealing with community, a charity, a mining company, or a bank, our business is beyond these singular institutions and groupings. At least I try and think about, I am working towards societal transformation. And if that is the case, then we need a deeper learning and intervention cycle. And the core elements of that are, we need to help the systems we are working with to sense the field. Our offices, our laptops, and our phones are not good enough. It's the old-fashioned method of getting out there to meet people, to know the soil. That will take us to a new level of knowing. We don't understand the roots of a challenge or an opportunity because we studied hard, because we read a lot. That helps, but it's not sufficient. Like a good farmer who doesn't know what to do next because they read simply about a crop, weather, and soil. They walk it. In my work, I try and take those that I'm privileged to work with where the opportunity or challenge is. We ourselves have to be people who act, who try and do the same things we are asking those we serve to do and to be. One little maxim in OD is simply never take a client to a place you have not been. Then you need to create the time to tap into sources of inspiration and identity. Who are we? Who are we becoming? We need to be masterful at creating moments when people have connected with where the root of the problem or opportunity is. Then people need to be helped. Systems need to be supported into finding their identity, because that is the source of creativity and innovation. Otherwise, you are dealing with same old same. When I had the privilege of working with the Namibian government, when the then Prime Minister Nana Sangula invited us to help with tackling infant and maternal health, it was only when one of the directors said, gosh, actually, I have never, any one of my children born while I am in charge of the Ministry of Health, I've never allowed my wife to give birth in the hospitals that I run. Therefore, I haven't been fully myself in this job. We need to create moments of self-awareness and identity like that for the new to emerge. And then the only way we explore the future is by acting. We need to help our client systems to experiment on the new that they would like to walk into, but do so in such a way that they are not disrupting the little that is working. And therefore, this calls for three core capacities of us as interveners. We need to learn to listen with our whole body. Most of our education system built capacity in us to think only with above our shoulders, what is between our ears. In this work, particularly on the African continent, that is not sufficient. In fact, although Cartesian thinking came and took away what most traditional wisdoms knew by simply emphasizing, I think, therefore I am. Therefore, most of our education system has been based on above the shoulders to train the brain. That is good, but not enough. In Ubuntu, as people have been saying since yesterday, I am because you are, begins to deal with the wholeness of learning. We don't learn just with our heads. The whole body is an antenna, is a locus of learning. Quite often I saw my mother. We lived in rural northern Zambia. She would say, I didn't sleep well. I need to go and visit your brothers on the mining region. And she would arrive and find that one of them was unwell. By then there was no phone. There was no mobile phone. What was it that allowed her to know? We need to go back to the fact that when I'm listening to the system I'm supporting, it is not just listening with the ears. My whole body. When you get those goose pimples on your skin, it's data. When you get that discomfort in the belly as you are moving the strategy to the next level, it's data. We listen with the whole body. Then we need to go to the notion of the wisdom of the heart. For Africans, actually, in African OD, this is where systems thinking lies. Because the heart has the capacity to transcend time and space. With our heart, we do know as Africans that our indebtedness is not a debilitating factor. It is an energizing factor because we realize, function, ask questions, propose solutions because we know we are indebted to Mother Nature. That's why your mom stopped you when you ate the early fruits of the new season before the blessings were done in the village. At least I remember from mine. That's why we don't spit on ancestors, because we know they are alive. They influence our way of thinking and doing. And people scorn us if we do things as if we are the last human beings to live on planet Earth. Because we know we need to care for those who we will not see, future generations. This is systems thinking. And therefore, if you are working with a mining company, if you are working with a manufacturing company, allow yourself and the system to connect with those elements. Will Mother Nature become better off because of what I'm doing? How will my ancestors think of me because of what I'm helping to do? What will future generations think about me if I was to help in what is happening now? But the wisdom of the heart also must give us the grace with which to confront the demons that came and have stayed with slavery and colonialism. I know we try and talk this in the past. It is not. We need to find a way of healing ourselves from these demons of slavery and colonialism, because everything we have around us is still a remnant and an active remnant of that history of 401 years of our people and ourselves being treated less than human. Then courage. The courage to invite the leaders we are privileged to work with in the systems to dance with truth. I saw this when I had the privilege of serving the third president of Zambia, Levi Patrick Mwanawasa. And I saw how ministers would sit in a cabinet meeting and they would be less than children in a kindergarten because they never spoke truth. And let me not insult children, because children are slightly much more honest and direct. And quite often it was my job to pluck enough courage while looking down and say, Your Excellency, somehow I suspect you weren't told the truth. As an internal OD practitioner, I needed to find ways before I stepped into the president's office to summon my courage, to appeal to my ancestors and to my faith, and then my knowledge of the books, to be able to look at the president and say, Your Excellency, you might not be dealing with truth here. And therefore, in Ubuntu, as a co-driver of how we show up as OD practitioners, an OD practitioner is not, and I emphasize not, and this is an area of debate and I would like us to inquire into this. An OD practitioner is not a consultant and a coach. I found this when I had the privilege of working with the government in Rwanda, with President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in Liberia. And when President Kikwete invited us to help him develop the National Skills Development Strategy, the term consultant and coach is a barrier in an African setting. But we use it because that's what we learned. That's what was passed on to us. I am experimenting with the possibility, and in those places I've mentioned, I would try and show up as a fellow traveler. I try and show up as somebody who says we are in this together. I am vested. I'm not going to come here, advise, and dash off. The OD practitioner seeks to grow and transform alongside the system that one is privileged to serve. When you are a humble learner and inquirer, like was said a few minutes ago, you produce different results. You are vested differently. You ask different questions. But I was naive. It wasn't like that. When I first went and supported the government in Zambia, I arrived and I would make changes. Until one day, the Secretary to Cabinet refused to come to a meeting that I had called with the president. But he was much cleverer than that. He called on my phone and asked me to give the phone to the president. And then after they talked, the president said, "Oh, Martin, we can't have this meeting because the Secretary to Cabinet has something important to attend to." I was furious, rushed to my office, called him in anger. "How dare you make the president come to the meeting and you are not there?" And this time he wasn't the polite Secretary to Cabinet I knew. He said to me, "Stop that nonsense at once, Martin, and come to my office." Went to his office, found him in his big office, and this time he remained behind his desk. Usually he would come out and sit with me as a colleague. And then he said, "I've noticed since you arrived here, what you are running in the presidency is a very small patch. What I run called government is far much bigger. And there is a way in which we do things here. And unless you learn to play that game, you will not get anywhere. Didn't you see that I could stop a meeting even when the president was there?" I had no way out to apologize and to begin to learn how the system works. Then he became a partner. His name is Dr. Kanganja. He since died. May his soul rest in peace. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. I could see the comments in the chat box that people were actually following the conversation, the capacities that you have mentioned. And I just saw from Dr. Gabriel, the issue of an OD practitioner is not a consultant or a coach. And being a consultant or a coach is actually a barrier to our effectiveness. And I would like to start a conversation from there. Allow me to ask Prof. Kumau, from anyone who is studying OD in Ghana, in OD Institute, can we have a comment from anyone who is studying OD in the OD Institute? Prof. Kumau, anyone from the list?
Maybe I could start and any of my colleagues or students can add. I was just about to put in the chat box that Martin, I will chase you up and get you to lecture on our programs because you are speaking a language I'm very familiar with, but it's so difficult sometimes to put this across to learners to appreciate it. It comes so abstract, and I like the way you put it. So straight to the point and making life out of it. Anybody can see through what you went through that morning that you walk into the Chief of Staff's office. I like the presentation. It's very powerful, even very short, but it's so heavy, so weighty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone from the OD Institute? Anyone from the OD Institute to add a comment on that?
I am an alumni of the OD Institute.
I was coming to you, but go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Elom Ochi, and I think it's very profound. For me, I put in the chat box that cognitive dissonance just happened to me, that the OD consultant will have to be a humble learner other than seeing himself or herself as a consultant, and the consultant has come like we have been used to in other settings and other sectors. The other bit for me was the part of listening. And I mean, somebody who has studied under Noble is a very deep listener. And I mean, it's an affirmation of a lot of the things that we have learned. And I mean, we pray for the grace, as he indicated in the presentation, so that we will be doers of what we are learning, that we will master the courage to be doers of whatever we are learning. So thank you very much for these insights. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I see Emmanuel Ajay. Can you unmute yourself? Emmanuel. I'll come back to you. Lakshmi Dev, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, hi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I felt the presentation is so soulful, and I could relate to many of the things which Martin shared, especially the listening from the body. So I do work on embodiment practices. So I feel it's extremely important to listen to the body wisdom. Yeah, I really appreciate the presentation and his real-time experience. So that's what I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Osman Abdel.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, Osman Abdurrahman is the name. I'm also an alumni of the AODA Institute. And I must say that really when when Martin was talking, I mean, it took me back to my class with Noble. And I was like, wow, I've come back to it. Two things that have really made impression on me. The first statement that you need to listen with the whole body. This is, I mean, one of the most powerful statements I've really heard. Secondly, to be successful in OD, or to be an OD leader, you need to have courage. So my learning, these two things is my takeaway in this briefing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Charles Bamford.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you to the presenter. He really did two things with me, to provoke some thinking. And I like the part that he said consultant and a coach. I'm still grappling with that. I don't like the use of the term consultant much, but with the coaching part, I used to think, and I'm still thinking that way, the coach does not play the match, but he makes input into how the players perform. And I see that is in terms of that context, but there may be other contexts where serving as a coach may not be appropriate. So regarding that, I'd like to also share another metaphor, that I see the whole OD business as a midwifery function. You are interested in delivering a healthy baby. You are interested in the safety of the mother and all that, but you do not own the baby. And neither do you belong to the family that bears the baby, but you make interventions to help them so that the family will be happy and enjoy their baby and move on. So I see OD practitioners as playing that midwifery function, helping them. And I think all these are consistent with the role that the OD consultant plays. So when you look into that context, yes, the OD consultant plays multiple roles. And sometimes he may become a coach to some people, not everybody. Sometimes we work one-on-one at a certain level. Somebody gets a newly promoted position and does not know how to do it. But it depends on how we use the coaching and the strategies we have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Martin to comment on that as well, on his feedback. Go ahead. You wanted to say something? Go ahead, Dr. Bam.
Yeah, I want to say that as OD practitioners, we should be vocative, we should be provocative. Vocative is when you let the client lead you through the process. So we play those multiple roles. And there are certain times that you as the OD concern, because you want to facilitate a change, you become provocative in your thoughts, you take the lead. And I see that we need to balance the two as we practice OD. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Violet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justin. Once again, welcome everybody. And it has been insightful. Sir Martin, hey, I met your personality and mine, and what I see from what you have painted, and from day one, people are just being practical of what they've faced and the practical realities, which is what we really need for people to know the things which happen in OD. Now, from your presentation, I learned one thing, that courage, honesty, integrity, they are the things which we really need in order to get there. Some people, when it comes to this point where you illustrated, they change shape. And I don't think as OD practitioners, looking at the two examples he gave us, we would be successful if we were not so strong and steadfast. So you need to be highly courageous, steadfast, and stand for what is right. That is what I picked from this man. Well done, Sir Martin. Well done.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, there's a question in the chat box, which I would also need you to respond at the end. Dr. Christine.
Thank you very much, Doc. And Martin, thank you very much. That was very practical, very succinct, and to the very point. One of the things that I have, actually, most of the points that have been raised are really, really important. And I would want to say that I've taken note of every one of those points, which are really quite crucial, I think, to OD. But what I want to actually comment on is the wisdom of the heart. I think, understanding is very, very important. And one cannot have wisdom without understanding. And so in OD, if there is that element of understanding, then we do develop the wisdom of the heart. And the wisdom of the heart is highly vested in being human. Because if we are not human, then there is no Ubuntu. But if we are human, then that is Ubuntu, because that's where we have these elements of, sensing the field. You cannot sense the field without understanding and without wisdom. It's almost like it's time to go to the field and burn probably the previous stalks of maize and all that. If you don't understand the importance of that process, then you'll be late even in planting your field. So there's the wisdom part of it that counts, that also brings about the wisdom that we are talking about, the wisdom of the heart. One of the things that I tell my students is that wisdom of the head will take you away from the field, because the wisdom of the head will tell you of certain things that happened somewhere else that you are totally not even aware of. And when you bring that now into your reality, that might not work completely. So thank you very much for that. We need the grace that will be able to allow us to confront our demons. And that is another thing that is very important. As we take off as OD in Africa, I think we really need the grace to confront these demons, because I'm getting fed up with people saying, no, it's because of the colonial masters. It's because of that. I think we need to get to a point where if we have to forgive, we forgive and we move on. Otherwise, what I've learned is an unforgiving heart is like putting acid in a cup, and that same cup is going to be destroyed by that particular acid. So Africa will continually be destroyed by this, anger that they have over the colonial masters, by systems that have been brought about by the colonial masters. Let us pass that by applying this grace, and that grace will only come about because of the wisdom of the heart. Then we move on and forget the past, probably build on it and be a better people. So thank you very much for your presentation. It's really been an eye-opener.
Thank you. Thank you. I still have about 10 minutes. Mr. Rexford, I need your comment. Your hand was up. And anyone from CCOD Ghana? Anyone from CCOD Ghana after Mr. Rexford? Then COLD, can I ask Chieza or Bontle to make a comment? Mr. Rexford. I'll come back to you.
Yes.
Yes,
This is
John, go ahead. Go
John,
ahead, John.
Yes, Yatango, yes. Since yesterday, I listened from the beginning to the end, and today, another great day. I'm so impressed about all the presentations. Today's, for instance, is so touching that I've begun to realize that being a consultant is not being everything. You have to know where your limits are. You don't have to try to do everything. You tread and tread consciously. So that at the end of the day, the client's opinions would work rather than yours. And I think that is the way forward. I'm so impressed about presentation so far. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chiedza or Bontle?
Thank you, Doc. The presentation was very insightful. My key takeaway is, as an OD consultant, you should know the culture of the organization you're working with. As example given, where the Speaker of Parliament could stop a meeting even though the president was there because the consultant had not followed the protocol within that organization. So that's my key takeaway.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mr. Rexford, are you ready? Okay, Mr. Martin, comments in the chat box. There's a question and your feedback.
Thank you very much for your comments and reflections. I will not pretend I can provide answers to some of the critical questions raised. Allow me to offer the following reflections. I know we are coming to learn this only recently as neuroscience is developing. But our traditional wisdom knew this distinction. Unlike the mind, the heart finds it very difficult to lie. And that's how our people taught first the heart. And when we learn to strengthen the muscles of the heart, then the brain will become its faithful servant. Our rigor that comes through analysis is moving towards serving the heart, figuratively, but also biologically. It's now that we are learning that through the vagus nerve, the heart sends more messages to the brain than otherwise. And that's why love and care are primary qualities we are taught as we are growing as Africans. But I think this is also universal. When you love, you are not going to ignore the rules of the game. You will try and change the rules of the game openly. I'm talking about corruption, backdoor messages, and things that end up taking our continent to where it's not supposed to be. Quite often, our heart knows. We can manufacture all the arguments on the surface. The heart still knows. I wanted to go back to the question of embodiment. A value and a process for learning that we have neglected purely because we are focusing on intellectual prowess. Think of it. Those of you who have gone through any African initiation will know that our people were so clever that they imprint the memory of the learning not in your brain because you can rub it off. They imprint it in your skin. And I remember when I was getting married and they asked me to go through a clay construct on the floor. And they ask you when they have put the woman you want to marry on the other side, they invite you to go through that. In me, the educated, the traveled, everything was rebelling. How dare these uneducated people are telling me to do this? The only way to go and get her was on my belly, to crawl, like a snake to slide. But as you go through that construct, all the chips on your shoulders fall off. In the moments when I'm arrogant as a husband, as a partner, my memory remembers. All I am saying, colleagues, we want to transform the continent. Our people had thought through some of these things. We spat on them. I'm inviting us in our research to go back, because we will tell each other stories intellectually. Transformation will still elude us. But our people knew how to shift the heart around, but also how to imprint learning, awareness, not just here, but in all the body cells. And this is the reason why, Dr. Mushiwe, I loved your presentation yesterday. If I had only anything to request, is for us not to underplay what 401 years of colonialism did. It imprinted certain things in us. And we will need healing as a collective community of Africans in order to separate ourselves from the impact and consequences of this. You cannot shift 401 years of being treated less than a human being by a pronouncement after 60 years of independence. That's not good enough. Biologically, you know that's not how things shift. I guess in the end, I would like to say, even myself as I speak, there were moments when I was less courageous in front of the president. There are moments I'm working with the UN now in supporting them to shift their way of working. There are moments when I do think about, what if I say this and then they cut the contract? But when I remember that contract is not my job is that of an instrument. Life and nature, and if you believe in God or Allah, may have put you there now, because you can be just that instrument that asks the questions that are never asked in the system. Each time I remember, as a traveler, that I'm not a consultant and I'm not a coach, and that I'm a fellow traveler, then I rise to the responsibility that we are in this together. And in those moments, then I can ask the questions that the system is not asking. It's not always the easiest thing to do. A colleague of mine said to me, whenever you face fear, try and dialogue with fear, because fear is not an enemy. When you dialogue with fear, ask fear, why are you here? What are you trying to alert me to that I might be ignoring? And then fear will shift. It won't go away, but it will occupy its right position to allow you to be sensitive and yet returning the freedom to ask the tough questions that the system often doesn't ask itself. I think that's our role. We are instruments, not outsiders who come in. We are instruments within the system. Because if Nigeria doesn't function well, Malawi loses out. Because South Africa is not functioning well, then Ethiopia loses out. When you see these things from such a collective nature, then there isn't them and us. We are in this together. And that changes my role as an OD practitioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this paves a way for what we are trying to advance as an association. And we'll continue to be on you. You'll receive a lot of emails from us as a community as we build this association. Thank you so much for the presentation. If we can just take 2 minutes to shift our mindsets towards the next presentation, and then we'll have Dr. Violet Makuku's presentation after just 2 minutes as we process Mr. Martin's presentation. Thank you so much.
Shining across the sky, light of the world. beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life and life so abundantly.
Thank you so much. Allow me to introduce Dr. Makuku. For us to be gathered here today, Dr. Makuku initiated this conversation in April, end of April, after her engagements, quality assurance engagements in Ghana. And I remember she sent me a message to say, Dr. Justin, there is need for collaboration in OD. I was in an OD institute this afternoon, and something has to happen regarding standardizing the profession. And she then connected me to Dr. Gabriel Benaku. And after that, we had our first session on the 21st of May, where we started the conversation around harmonization of organization development on the continent. And the word harmonization of organization development on the continent came as a result of Dr. Makuku working with the Association of African Universities and dealing with issues of harmonization. And that's when we started. So I'm glad that we are here today, and the vision and the mission is coming alive, and appreciating your commitment to the mission in this regard. So I'll ask you to speak into your profile. It's a lengthy profile. I'll share it as well in the chat box. But Dr. Makuku works with the Association of African Universities as a quality assurance specialist, project manager, and workshops coordinator in the association. Over to you, Dr. Makuku.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to dwell much on my profile, but just to say I'm just somebody who is really passionate about the development of the continent, and that I've been in university education. That's where I worked as a lecturer and rose through the ranks to a director of quality assurance before I came to work at continental level at the Association of African Universities. But what I really want, which in most cases I'm ready to give out myself for any event, is to make a contribution and to share my experiences at continental and international level, because for quite a long time, I've been an international person working with people in other continents, and I've seen a lot that I feel guilty if I don't share. But naturally, some of the things just come out of the passion, because wherever I've gone, people end up calling me passion. Let me share. Do I have the rights, Dr. Justin?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm very happy also that some of the foundation of what I'm going to talk about today, the foundation has already been laid by the earlier speaker. I'm going to talk about organization development curricular reforms. I underscore curricular reforms for the new normal digitalized work environment. But for me, I think the curricular reforms would go even beyond just looking at the fourth industrial revolution and what it has pushed us to do, as well as the sparing of the fourth industrial revolution that was done by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Right, so here it is not the first time that I've talked about this aspect. Let me go here and minimize this. Yes, so many a times I like to talk about issues of curricula and curricular reforms because, you know, somebody was talking about education of the head. It is that which makes the basis of everything that then makes us up as people. The whole education system, I will reiterate, from the colonial inheritance, how is it structured? Is it everything that is in there which is relevant? What we should do, what should we do about it in order to tailor make it for the contemporary issues and the current issues at stake? So if I look, for example, very quickly, here in Africa, we have very few cold areas, to such an extent that if I look at a geography topic like glaciers, which would be examined and take a month or so for most people in the African continent to learn about, I would think of, why wouldn't I replace it with something like arid and semi-arid conditions? Because with climate change, that is something which is affecting us. So anyway, without much ado, this is one activity that I talked about, inculcating employable skills into the 21st century graduate. And some of the things I talked about on this particular day, I think it was the 10th of August, it has to do again even with OD, to say OD is there. And these are organizations and institutions which are not run by one person. And those people who are employed to help push the agenda of OD and come up with results that bring societal transformation should be people who are educated in a certain way. And that's what I'm going to concentrate on. But overall, this is what I want to stick in people's heads currently, because we are living in a ICT-driven world where technology is at the center stage, and as a result, things are moving very, very fast. In research, they normally say, we want you to take literature of the past 3 to 5 years. And when you look at how things are moving, I would change it to say even past 2 years or past 1 year, because we want to be at the cutting edge research. And the only way we can be there is through also making sure that our curricula is revamped through the policies and statutes and regulations which guide students in OD to make sure that the issue of currency, it's very, very important. The issue of contemporary issues is also very, very important. So I then say the illiterate of the 21st century will not be or are not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I want to reiterate that some of the things that we know and the way we behave, which have shaped who we are, of course, come from the past. And this issue of colonial past continues to haunt us. But this is where it is most suitable to now unlearn certain things that maybe we are not valuable, that maybe our culture doesn't matter. But we saw from yesterday's illustration that if somebody earlier on demeaned your culture, it's now good time to unlearn that and relearn from yesterday's Dr. Christine's presentation that actually our culture does matter regardless of everything. So we need to change our gears. You learn, you get to neutral. You unlearn gear number 2, you get to neutral, you relearn. But if you resist, you become irrelevant. And when you become irrelevant, you become obsolete. And those OD institutions that have been created will close. And that is not what we want to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I also have a few videos that I'm going to share at the end, that is if I'm still within time. What is a paradigm? We all have different worldviews and our own frameworks of thoughts and may be influenced by certain underlying theories. And this gives us the way we think and the methods that are commonly accepted and shared by members of a scientific community, discipline, or a group of people. And I think from yesterday, we talked a lot and referred to OD theories. But what I want to talk about in my issue of addressing curriculum review, it's not about the paradigm per se, but I want to talk about paradigm shift. And I think I've already introduced that. What is a paradigm shift? It's a dramatic change from one worldview, way of thinking, to assumptions that we may have about ourselves, about other people, to new ways of doing things, to new methods, and also to new ways of looking at things. So there's some behavior change there, which is brought by education. And normally, our formal education is associated with a number of things that I'm going to share in a slide which will come soon. But we need to look at trending and contemporary issues, like I've said, in order to have a correct paradigm shift, a paradigm shift that will make us remain relevant and not get obsolete and forgotten about. Right now, the quickest one I can give is we have moved mostly from face-to-face to online soon after the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdowns because there was need. Anybody who remained mostly on face-to-face right now, either they are dead because they gave each other the COVID-19, and among those, of course, we know we had casualties. And others also, maybe they are no longer operational because everybody is now sort of afraid of face-to-face, and they are preparing for futures of other disasters and pandemics. And so the blended way of doing things could be the way to go. But on the whole, ICT-driven workspaces is something that we have seen coming up. So as OD, before even I delve into more of what I'm saying about curriculum reforms, it means every program, we saw the programs that Prof. Noble showed us yesterday that they are doing in collaboration with called Dr. Justin. So I'm saying if any one of those modules doesn't have an ICT component, then you may need to revisit. Because as now our graduates are come out, they are going to meet ICT-driven workspaces. And we do not have to ask a question or two about, should we include the ICT component? No, it's given. Everything that we are teaching now should have something to do with ICT, whether it's art and design, music, consultations that are done, the processes and procedures which are involved in OD, our researches in OD, and the way we collect data in OD. I use Google Forms, I use SurveyMonkey, and I don't get to people. And sometimes we find it also saving, because instead of going there, it's saving me time, it's saving me fuel, it's saving me everything. And it gives me an opportunity to do other things. So it means that our curricula should now tailor-make us to do things differently and to prepare us to be more efficient even under the existing circumstances. Let's look at what curricula is. I don't know what comes into people's minds. Can you quickly type in? I will stop sharing again I know some people have already read. When you hear the word curricula, what comes into your mind? Please, let's quickly type into the chat panel. I have a teaching background, no problem. I just want to check on something. Let's quickly type in the chat panel. When you hear the word curriculum or curricula, what comes into your mind? I'm not seeing any input. Input, I've seen one. Well done, 5, I've seen 2. Please, very quickly, what comes into mind? I want to use it in my presentation. Thank you, 3, 4, thank you. 5, 6, 10, thank you. Okay, so let's check defining curricula and what it entails. Some narrowly define curricula as a syllabus. It's very, very narrow. And the broadest definition I've met, which is my favorite for curricula, also as a curricula specialist, is all that goes inside and outside an academic institution, as long as it is guided by the academic institution. This entails curricular content, field trips, internships, pedagogy, resource materials, meetings, extracurricular activities, researches, and all. The list is endless, ladies and gentlemen, and I really want us to open up our minds so that when we formulate and create curricula for OD, we are taking into consideration all these dimensions of curricula so that we cover the whole person. We expose our students to the whole process and what is out there in the world. And I can tell you that experience is the best teacher. If they are to go for a field trip, if they are to do internship, which should be compulsory aspects, I think that would take us far. In this presentation, there will be a focus on OD curricula in quality assurance, which entails monitoring and evaluation through research. And I think yesterday I reiterated, everybody else realized and reiterated the fact that at the center of everything, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a quality assurance specialist. We know that we shouldn't deal with assumptions, never deal with perceptions, because you end up dealing with misconceptions that will misguide you and give you the wrong methodology. As a result, in OD, you come up with wrong processes, which you yield wrong results, and the worst result it's not being successful in your tasks and endeavors. So research can come in the way of needs analysis, in a way of situational analysis, in a way of action research in order to improve. So the quality assurance comes in two ways. On the side of the institution, so that if you do monitoring and evaluation of the current programs, you get what the students are saying, you get what the industry is saying, you take all that feedback and put it together in order to review curricula or even design new curricula that will be good for you. And then on the side of students, we still need also to teach them within our curricular content then, which I'm going to touch there. We need to teach students on how to do needs analysis, how to do situational analysis, and how to do action research, because these are the things that are pivotal to successful OD. And so do we have this in our OD curricula? If not, then we also need to involve them. Again, on the side of the organization itself, you also need to do needs analysis. What is needed right now in the market? What is needed by OD right now? And the situational analysis and the action research also very, very important. And then in terms of that, I have this to show. You plan what you want to do, and then when you implement, your monitoring and evaluation starts with formative and summative evaluation. Formative at every small stage that you are taking, every small part of the process and procedures, you need to do monitoring and evaluation. And then you check, still it's part of your monitoring and evaluation as you are implementing. And then acting is putting the changes that are required to make things work. And then let's look at something else. We want to look at the programs, their relevance, their composition, and their implementation. It's very, very key. Not any one of the components can you compromise. You need to just check on all of them to make sure at the end of the day, your graduate is going to be somebody who is sought after by all the OD companies and industry. Content selection. Content selection, you need relevant content, contemporary content, current content, content that will address contemporary issues and current issues. Research again should be at the center and at the core to generate new knowledge and improve the existing theories and models. Yesterday, we talked about OD theories and models, but the world is changing, and we should also select and do a deliberate effort to make sure that our students themselves are taught and are led into selecting research topics that are relevant to contemporary issues in OD, that are relevant to the current issues which are there. And then I'm going to quickly say, as a recommendation, even before the end, can it be noted that a conference like this one is a very good source of resources, because I'm going to move into resources in terms of infrastructure, qualified personnel, and library or materials that are going to be used in order to make sure that the content selected is well covered. And these deliberations from this conference can contribute a lot into the materials like books that can be used by OD institutions, not only in Africa, because cross-pollination will happen everywhere. What can we do? We can have book chapters contributed by all the presenters and added on maybe teams of those who volunteer to be part of certain book chapters can be there, and books can be published online, hard copies, and we push them through Google Scholar. And that way, we are now also contributing with new knowledge in order to make sure that OD remains relevant. And then in terms of resources, we need infrastructure. I'll go down now to quickly show you what I mean in practical terms. We need qualified personnel. We need library. And in terms of qualified personnel, we need capacity building and retooling. That's why I said the learned of the 21st century are those who can learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because the workspaces which are digitized, which we are using now, they are upgraded regularly. And you can't say people were trained on using Zoom or on using a SurveyMonkey to collect data last year, and so it's too early to do it again. No, the next 3 to 6 months, we need to retool our staff. We need to train our staff who are teaching in OD institutions so that they remain abreast with everything that is there, the tools that they use for teaching, effective tools for teaching, and how they can manipulate them to come with the best results. But what we normally do is to forget students. So right now, with the advent of the COVID-19, we have seen a lot of staff development, capacity building being done only on the side of staff. But we forget that the staff will meet students on Zoom platforms. Did we train our students also to use the Zoom platforms so that we can have effective two-way communication during teaching and learning? And then I'll look at teaching methods and pedagogy. Very quickly, I'm moving on to my diagrams and elaborating them very, very quickly. So in terms of curricular review and curricular design, because all this curricular design, you are designing new curricula review, you are checking on what is obsolete in current curricula and removing that which is obsolete and replacing with that which is contemporary and relevant. You need your quality assurance unit to help you with the monitoring and evaluation, with research and data collection on what is prevailing and what needs to be changed, with these surveys being sent to lecturers, being sent to students, to graduating students, to the employers and so on, so that everybody, every stakeholder in OD becomes relevant. You can't do without the professional bodies who are going to certify the graduates as the OD practitioners. You can't do without the national quality standards. I think Prof. Nobel yesterday told us that he had to be accredited with the National Accreditation Board of Ghana. But the good thing now is that this body, you should be chartered in 4 years and then you become independent. There's no more mentoring. So this is a piece of information for Prof. Nobel. And then we have our regional quality standards and our international OD standards, which we also need to capture, hence the need even for harmonization, so that we meet the international standards, we meet the regional standards, and our own national standards become aligned to what is prevailing elsewhere, so that we don't limit where our OD graduates are going to practice. And then let's not forget the sustainable development goals. If I borrow from the previous speaker, he said that we have a task as OD to transform society, societal transformation. So how can we make sure that the graduates whom we are training and us ourselves, as we do workshops and conferences out there, we are also helping in societal transformation? we need to take on board the sustainable development goals, starting with quality education. What is quality education? And go on to make sure that our modules at least take on board some of these sustainable development goals as much as we can. Very key. And then our researches, we do researches with our students. I said the researches should be relevant. They should be relevant to the industry, and they should also be relevant to resolve the sustainable development goals issues and the contemporary issues that we are grappling with. And then it means it starts with the research topics that our students are getting. They should be aligned to current and contemporary issues. Where are the distinctive students' researches? Where are the merit researches? This is where some of them end up being. Others are gathering dust elsewhere. Let's hold the hand of our distinctive student. Take the research project to the relevant organization, OD, and industry. Sell it, and then we create partnerships. We talked about collaborations, but we need to work in order to come up with useful collaborations where maybe we even end up with some of the companies sponsoring some of our students, employing some of our graduates, availing internship places for our students, and then we are winning. We will be winning as long as we show that we are relevant. It helps. Yes. And let me quickly move to the final ones. How many minutes, please? Hello? Right.
Yes, Doc, you have 3 minutes.
You
It
took
was
some
30
of my
minutes.
time.
It was
Okay,
30 minutes, yeah.
All right. So I was checking time, at least 5 minutes, Doc. Thank you. So these are the kind of skills that we need. And we should make sure that our curricula, I won't speak to all of them, but you need to get them from there. Our curricula should be competence-based. If it is competence-based, it means as we are designing the curricula, we are also making sure that it's catering for a graduate who will end up having all these skills. In the interest of time, as OD institutions, we need to invest in ICT infrastructure so that we can push that curricula and the agenda, because I said every module should now have an ICT component. We need to revise our policies. We need to champion robust quality management systems. It's not a waste. We also need to invest in capacity building for academic support students and digital literacy, in quality assurance, and also in resources, assessment, evaluation methods, as well as online teaching and learning. Ladies and gentlemen, let me come to link up with the previous presenter, Sir Martin. So, according to one Piaget, he has got a theory of development when he says human beings grow through 4 stages. Sensory motor, toddlerhood, concrete operational, and formal operational. So please, part of the curricula which I want to talk about, people normally misinterpret the Bloom's taxonomy. So the Bloom's taxonomy comes from this. And so if it comes from this, everybody who is enrolling in our colleges is now on formal operational stages. And Piaget goes on to say, human beings should grow in 3 domains. And this is where it really links up with Sir Martin's presentation, that they should develop cognitively the mind, psychomotor, the movement of the body, and we should learn the body language, and we should learn to listen to our body, and the affective domain, which is our feelings and affections. But are we teaching all this? Because I call it education of the head, the hand, and the heart. So it's already there in the curricula, but are we taking note of it and addressing it. So looking at this one, just the remaining 3 slides, it tells us that everybody who is coming to our colleges, ladies and gentlemen, can tackle everything on the Bloom's taxonomy. So let us not waste time and compromise our students by setting tasks which are below what they can achieve and what they can do. Anybody enrolling in our college now can create, formulate, organize, devise, assemble, generate, and construct. And the tasks that we are giving them should also match that. They should be able to evaluate, analyze, and apply. This is how they become relevant in OD, because you know OD requests us to use all of these. And finally, our teaching should be learner-centered, not teacher-centered. You should be a facilitator, and then so you can give students work to do there. When you come in the class, you are applying what they've been doing alone and also removing the misconceptions. And afterwards, they should be able to create and do all this, which is shown under application, analysis, and evaluation. They should be able to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I will wrap up here, but I just want to give the last one, which is about Thomas Mensah. It's no longer about colonialism or skin color. Everybody can do anything. Let's have an African theory which will be pushed and will be recognized throughout the world. What new theories can we come up with? This Thomas Mensah is the one who came up with the optical fiber, which today is a Ghanaian, is taking internet and distributing it throughout the world, but he's a black man. He has taken colonialism out there. He remains a black African. And let's not give excuses of colonialism. Let's now take what is us for us, which is our cultural perspectives, which are good, and blend them with the formal education to bring the change that we want to see. And you are the person who brings the change that you want to see. I thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for that, and emphasizing on the need to rethink our curriculum and to make it relevant, rigorous, and to address the issues that are there. I like the connection in terms of change leadership, where we are saying we need head strength in terms of the cognitive element, heart strength, the emotional aspect, and the hand strength, which comes with the practice of what is learned. So if we have that holistic approach of head, heart, and hand strength, we'll be able to address a number of issues in organizations and in our curriculum. There are 2 questions I saw in the chat box, Doc, and I need you to read those questions. One question is from Madam Agi, in line with the Association of African Universities. And the second question, I don't remember, but there are 2 questions I saw. I think it's from Alet Vong, a question from Agi and from Alet Vong that you need to respond to. In the meantime, I will take comments from any 2 or 3 individuals. Can you show your hand if you need to make a contribution? I'll start with Jean. You are working with the universities where you are, Dr. Jean. Your comment. I understand you're working with the university in South Alabama.
Yes, I really appreciated, Dr. Violet, what you had to say. You know, it's really interesting. Everything that you said it syncs just so well with what we're doing at our university. And there's a concept that I've used in my courses for years. You know, in traditional Chinese medicine, they say we have 2 brains. We have one in our head and one in our solar plexus. And it just really relates so well with what you and Dr. Martin both brought together about the body and the whole being part. And that what I have found with my own students is that solar plexus, or that second brain that kind of gives us that little what he called fear or that little nudge to move on, if we don't capture that with our students and we catch their heads, but we catch their hearts, there's no motivation there. And that's one thing I really try to reach out to my own students. And I just really appreciated your reinforcing that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Marvis, you speak more into emotions and emotional intelligence. Your input on this.
Thanks, Dr. Justin. Thank you, Dr. Violet, for your presentation. So I think really the issue of curricular development is important because as we engage with leaders in organizations, you get to an organization where leaders have never heard about emotional intelligence. They're hearing it for the first time. And when you understand adult development, you realize that, the way we learn when we are older, not that we don't learn, but we have habits that are now difficult to break, and we've been doing things a certain way. And, just looking at, what also Martin said earlier on to say, we have to be humble learners. And one of the things that I find interesting is our relationship with competence. We've been trained to be experts. We've been trained to know. So when we find ourselves in places where we don't know, where we need to learn, we become defensive, we become shameful, we become embarrassed, and we start doing certain things that do not progress whether leadership aspects or even personal transformation, because we are now becoming protectors because of the relationship we have with competence. So I think also as we think about curricular development is what messages are we sending to our learners in terms of what competence really means, right? And I think you've already captured it by saying we need to be learning, but I think that the relationship with competence really, really needs to be transformed, because I think it becomes a hindrance to learning, it becomes a hindrance for leadership, it becomes a hindrance of moving from the head to the heart. So if we're not really, transforming that relationship or even paying attention to that, it can be a struggle for us to, advance the OD field, which is really about understanding the human heart and operating from there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. You're muted. You're muted.
Just to emphasize what you, Dr. Makuku, has been so much hammering on. What frightens me is if we are not listening to your core, our irrelevance as a continent will become even more accentuated. I happen to be supporting a process through which OECD countries are asking themselves that their education system is fast becoming irrelevant to the needs of society. Think of it. I teach in the business school here in Oxford. I'm involved in the at MIT, and those are institutions we are looking up to. Can you imagine that they are questioning their relevance? And we might be even in a position where we are admiring them, but they have started asking questions. And therefore, our journey cannot be that of a slow movement. It's leapfrogging. And I think what you are doing in this forum is inviting us to leapfrog. Because if institutions we are admiring are asking their relevance, what more so us who are still looking up to them, for example? And that's why your core is critical. And therefore, beyond the conference, we need spaces where we sit and rethink what it means to leapfrog. It's not running. It's not sprinting. It won't help.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Makuku, you have 2 minutes to respond to the questions.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I think from the comment by Mavis, is it Mavis, about this, if we are found in uncomfortable places, I just want to say within the competencies that we are building, we should also make deliberate moves to make sure that our graduates can multitask, but they can only multitask if they are multi-skilled. And if we do that, we overcome what has been referred to here, that we find ourselves in uncomfortable spaces. How can the Association of African Universities contribute to co-create OD that is in line with our culture and practices? The association itself does not have that mandate. And so in most cases, as a curriculum specialist, I have personally been invited to help in curricular development. And I've done that quite a lot and with a lot of success. So we can talk after this. And then which other question, Dr. Justin?
There was a question from Alet. Alet, if you can say that question, yeah.
Ask so that.
Yes. Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Violet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
I was indeed, talking about curricula and students. So I was posing the question, so what books do we have on all the things that we've been talking about so far? And I'm, actually maybe not only posing the question to you, but to everybody. I don't know whether we can make a list of what at least we have at this moment. And I think you're also inviting people at this stage to start writing and indeed make a syllabus and whatever. But I was just wondering, so what is out there already? And of course, that's a huge question, but maybe it's an idea to start at least making a list somewhere and see what do we have actually concerning the literature.
Yes, thank you. And so that's gap analysis, isn't it? Again, when we say gap analysis, already we are into research. Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave the floor, I want to tell you that at the center of everything, if you do not have research, you are playing everything. I talked about needs analysis, situational analysis, identification of gaps. All those are research-driven processes. And if we don't put research at the center of everything, we are gone. Then lastly, there's something who asked, what is the PDSA? Let me just get it, sorry, very quickly. It's the PDCA, it's not PDSA. So plan, implement, monitoring and evaluation, then effecting the changes that will make things better. And you go on to the drawing board again. So that's how the cycle works. Instead of the S, it's a C. Thank you so much, Dr. Justin, and thank you to our audiences. It has been a pleasure sharing with you, and I hope people benefited from that.
I see one hand up before you leave the floor. Mr.
Okay.
Rexford, Mr. Rexford, go ahead. We can't hear you, sir. Mr.
We
Rexford,
can't hear you, but you are unmuted. Can you unmute?
He's unmuted, but we can't.
We can't hear you. Can you write in the chat panel?
Oh.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for that powerful presentation. The relevance of curriculum development is very, very important in our institutions. But I think OD has a very Herculean task in trying to help other departments to be able to inculcate OD practices or curriculum into their curriculum to make it more relevant. Because we have this situation of the graduate industry gap, where graduates come out based on the program they have pursued, they find it difficult to fit into industry. And I think OD, how can OD, that's the question, how can OD help other departments to be able to make their curriculum relevant? Thank you.
Yes, I readily agree with you, but the issue now is that like we have a quality assurance spreading throughout everything that happens in academic institutions. That's how I would see OD. So let me quickly put a list of some of the programs that can be institution-wide. It can be OD if it is a university, for example, and not a special institution for OD like that one which Dr. Justin, Professor Noble ran. If it is a university, you need a university-wide course on OD, and that will help even to inculcate OD and have more people now also coming to do specialist programs in the OD institutions. And that's a very good one. We need our communication skills, entrepreneurship. Like I said yesterday, the communication skills is broad. It's not only about the talking and the writing. The writing, the talking, the body language. Martin talked about your feeling, what your body is saying. There's also looking at somebody's body and what it is telling you. And also we come on now to look at the soft skills, listening, respect, being humane. All those now touch the heart, the affective domain of people's feelings and how they should play around with their feelings and emotions under different circumstances. So those should be university-wide courses that should be offered. And the things like communication skills can even go into OD as institution-wide. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's another question that I will ask you to respond in the chat box as well. If we get time, we'll come back to it. I see a question that just popped in from Mr. Patrick. Meantime, we have 10 minutes to hear from the College for Community and Organization Development regarding the programs that they are offering in Ghana. And I'll hand over to Dr. Gabriel Benaku. Doc, you have 10 minutes to showcase the programs that you have. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, good evening, and maybe midday for all of us across the world. I'm not sure the 10 minutes will do for me, but I'll try. Do I take it like I have another presentation to make?
Yes, you have another presentation at the end. For now, it's just the programs.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Right, as he's preparing the plenary session, members, if you can get ready soon after Dr. Gabriel, we get into a plenary conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sorry, very soon.
Okay, Dr. Justin, through you, while he is trying to share, I think Alex's question here is very pertinent. She's asking particularly if we have anything African written aligned to OD. Am I right? I think it's part of what she was also asking.
Yes, she's agreeing to that. And I think that's when yesterday we spoke about the need for the association itself to have a library of material on the continent. And it then speaks into encouraging people to interact with that material and the library itself. So it's something that we need to integrate if we commit to the mission, having a library of OD material on the continent, and then support the harmonization initiatives. Yes, Alet.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you indeed. That's very, very helpful. And I'm sure there's certain writing already out there, but let's continue. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm coming in. Sorry, yesterday I had to leave earlier for other emergencies, but I've been following all the discussions, and thank you to all of you. As I made my earlier submission yesterday, I hope to give you only the part of the CCOD over the last 17 years, what I've been doing from practice to academic programs now. So I will be brief, and then later on I'll have the opportunity to do the next one. My background is sociology, community development, and appreciative leadership. So I have medical sociology background and also pure organization development, especially in appreciative leadership. So that is my background over the last 25 years in my career. The journey started since 1996. So you can see how OD has been blended since 1996 till now, how I have been using different models of OD, right from the government institution I was trained, working with World Vision, working with the Netherlands organization, the German Technical Cooperation, IBIS West Africa, and also, as I mentioned yesterday, I was trained by Prof. Noble Kumau when he introduced the first academic program in organization development at the University of Cape Coast. So that is where I got my background of OD theory and practice. Just after that, I decided to explore, and I got into full stream of OD professional development and now into academic. So that's all about what I've been doing. CCOD, which is the college I founded over the last 11 years, has been very, very instrumental in Africa, trying to bring OD education into the mainstream. So we have had the opportunity to consistently organize organization development conferences since 2013. And we have used those informations, which has given us the background of developing our own academic programs. So the first conference we wanted to understand, because we knew there were already spotted pockets of OD practices, just like what Dr. Justin met me recently for us to discuss, and came up with this idea to have this OD association and this conference. That is how we also started in 2013. So we wanted to consolidate the OD theory and practice in Africa. So we organized our first OD conference, and we had more than 100 participants facially across Africa: Zambia, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. That was our first program, and that we organized. So it gave us the hope for us to continue. Then we continued. I just want to be brief. So in 2017 midway, we had now gotten more information, running academic programs and professional programs. So we had a national OD conference to deal with change and transition, which we had a lot of information about thinking strategically, transformation management, dealing with resistance to change, the OD clinical, which is more practical. And then we also wanted to get African entrepreneurs and investors to invest into the field of organization development. So that is what CCOD actually did. And quite recently, before COVID, we had more conscious and powerful academic OD conference, where we did it with our affiliate institution, University for Development Studies. And our team was empowering people, communities, and institutions, the OD Edge. That is actually where we consolidated our OD programs into more professional programs and academic programs. So shortly, I will be showing you the impact that we have made across the different sectors in Africa. Our mandate, as we all discussed now, has always been our mandate: facilitate innovative community development. Is CCOD mandate to provide organization development interventions for individual teams and organizations that will bring more sustainable change, to do research, which we have successfully done over the last 10 years, and then to produce the best and innovative organization development professionals and consultants. We are proud to say that we have more than 200 MSc graduates, alumni across Africa now, who are helping us implementing some of the OD changes in different institutions, as well as also help us in discharging of our academic programs. And our professional programs are tailor-made, contextualized in Africa, responding to Africa's needs. So we have what we call executive mastery in organizational development and appreciative leadership, which is AODA. It is a professionally certified program. We have appreciative leadership and executive coaching. Our research reveals that in Africa, we mostly do not have the skill in coaching. Even if we do not have coaching policies around. And so organizations are not performing because they do not have coaching and mentoring policies integrated into their organizational system. We also, over the last 17 years, researched and got to know that non-profit organizations and religious bodies actually do not have the necessary skills in appreciative leadership and resource mobilization management. So we have consciously developed OD programs that are more relevant and responsive to these institutions. Not leaving our communities, I'm a community development specialist. That is the field I was trained originally since 1996. And I have worked with more than 200 nonprofit organizations across Africa. So I came out with another model we call the community development and social innovation. So these are the professional programs we are running currently across Africa with different partners. What have we done in the Ghana security? We have done great job. We became the consultant for the Ghana Police Service on what they call Police Transformation Unit. We have worked and trained more than 300 police commanders and other para-security leaders who are using OD now to create more police-friendly communities across Ghana. So that is how OD can really do in terms of our security. And we have currently developed diploma in community policing and Bachelor of Science in Community Policing, which we are working with the Ghana Police Service and one of the public universities to get national accreditation so that more than 10,000 police in Ghana do not have diplomas or degrees. It's our intention to use OD to help this personnel in Ghana and across Africa. So the curriculum has been developed, the process of accreditation is ongoing, and we have had the opportunity to present to the affiliate institution, and all the feedback are being worked on. So that is one of the remarkable impact we have made in security. Our academic programs are more community and organizational relevant. And as Prof. Noble said yesterday, and Dr. Maguku, I've heard her presentation about quality assurance, CCOD and the OD Institute in Ghana, I think over the last 10 years, have created a friendly colloquium in OD that is much more compatible with the principle of quality assurance. And it can be a reference point for all of us to study what we have done so far, and then what we can take forward in the future to come out with a holistic quality assurance built-in OD professional certification program. So now we have diploma in community and organizational development. Education. We added education because we noticed that more teachers were enrolling into our program, even though they were not professionally certified by government as teachers. But the facilitation aspect of development, the method of teaching, which in OD we do not teach, we facilitate development, change, using the experiential model, actually work for teachers. And so teachers are able to use the OD to make more impact in their classrooms and in managing their organization. And so having learned from all this, we decided to convert the program into Diploma in Community Organizational Development, Bachelor of Science in Community Organizational Development, Postgraduate Diploma in Organizational Development, Master of Science in Organizational Development Education, and Master of Philosophy in Organizational Development Education. This program has been reprogrammed, and we are rolling out in September everywhere in the world. We have partners in the US, we have partners within Africa, and we have 8 centers in Ghana with both public and private universities that we are rolling out in this September. So we have what we call the Agenda 350. That is the kind of programs that we have created now. Now, what are the impact we have made in OD, which is the next one I will be presenting if Dr. Jackson gives me the opportunity in another forum. But this is what CCOD has done over the last 17 years, institutionalizing OD into both public and private sectors, creating OD colloquia for undergraduate and postgraduate, consulting for both public and private institutions, and making OD relevant and integrated into most sectors in Ghana and some parts of Africa. That is the work that we have been doing over the last 11 years, specifically. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll get your next presentation after the plenary session and the 2 presentations that we have. And please share these links in the chat box as well, so that people can copy the links if they want to interact. The idea is to bring OD under one umbrella and to collaborate, as it was indicated yesterday. We work across our different countries and different programs, and we support each program in our different countries. Anyone with a question, just one question to Dr. Gabriel, just one question as we move on. One question or one comment.
Just
Go
a
ahead.
comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm just saying he's being highly progressive, and what we need to do is he's being tactical in his approach, that is checking where there are gaps and where there's need and where nobody else has been to, and also we need to sell ourselves. You are relevant in which way? How can you bring something better out of us? But if you are a good barber, a good hairdresser in a corner, nobody will know about you. So institutional visibility It's something which is very important. As we do the workshops, the conferences, it brings us out and our capabilities for other people then to approach us, and we continue to make impact. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope
Thank you very much.
Dr. Gabriel, we have case studies like the Ghana police, which people can actually read and see what happened. That would be a good idea to support what Arlette has indicated. If we can get links to the case studies of the actual work that was done, and then people can interact with that content.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's just take 1 minute as we prepare the plenary session. Just 1 minute to grab a glass of water, a cup of tea, and then we get into the plenary session in 1 minute. Thank you, Doc. You can stop sharing your screen.
In Africa, my Africa, beautiful ray shining across the sky, light of the world, shine on our hearts and lives. Welcome the widow to rejoice and turn her sorrow into dance. Hey mama, hey mama. In Africa, my Africa, beautiful Africa, hey, my Africa, beautiful sun, making the world to see. Darkness is gone, letting our hearts break free. Watch little colored boys and girls shaking their shadows into dust. Hey mama, hey mama, hey mama. Hey mama, in Africa, my Africa, beautiful Africa, hey, my Africa, in Africa, my Africa, beautiful Africa, hey, my Africa.
I speak of Africa as beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life and life so abundantly.
All right, thank you, thank you. Just one quick comment, Rennie, I see Rennie there. I just got a message, you are a graduate from Pepperdine. Rennie, just a quick comment on the proceedings so far. Rennie. Yes, Rennie, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to her. Mary, over to you.
Thank you, Doc. Good afternoon. So far, it's been very interesting, I must say. We just keep getting better and better. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, from wherever you're listening, joining us this minute. My name is Mary Eshet, to anchor this section. And for our panelists, we'll be looking at inspiring change as OD leaders. And to do justice to some of the questions that we'll be rolling out, we have Dr. Charles Bafo, Marvis Reke, Rachel, Alfredo, Chidza Kadara. So they are representative from Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. So the first question will go to Rachel. And the question goes thus. Said, what are some of the OD concepts and tools that are instrumental to social economic transformation on the African continent?
Sorry, say that again, Mary. I lost you for a second.
Okay, I'll take that again. So what are some of the OD concepts and tools that are instrumental to social economic transformation on the African continent?
All right, thank you so much for that question. I hope I heard you right. So some of the concepts that work for the African context, and you've had it in the last day and a half from yesterday, because in the context that you're working in is a special one, because we've already heard that we have had OD for as long as we have lived. You know, how we grew up at home, how we were brought up, how we the society that was able to mold us, whether in a positive or a negative way. We bring all that to the organization or to the office for that matter. So the tools that an OD can use in an organization will vary context by context. We have to customize them to meet the people that you're working in. For example, we learned that OD is about learning the heart. We have to listen to what the people are doing. We want to facilitate the change that we're looking at here. So especially for the social change we are looking at, you can look at the social change cycle. First, you have to increase awareness. What change are we looking at? All right, if it's culture, what culture do you want to have? What is what does a good culture look like in an organization? How are we going to change that? All right, and also look at what are the non-negotiables, and then it doesn't have to be a top down. It can come from bottom up and spread across, so that to ensure that we are engaging everyone, the communication is working, we are open for feedback, we are open for criticism for us to grow. Once we increase that awareness, then we start influencing the attitudes, all right? Because the society, the social change is about the attitudes we have, the behavioral cultures that we have, whatever, how we've been influenced by where we've come from. And then once we influence the strategies, the attitudes, then the change of behavior starts happening, all right? Because now I'm already aware of what I need to change, all right? In line with the organization practices, what do you have internally that we can already leverage on? Why invent the wheel when we can already use the ongoing processes? How do we integrate? How do we embed what is already happening in the organization that is working well? If it's not working well, then what do we need to change in terms of the social change? And then after that, create the social impact. So we increase the awareness, we influence the attitudes, we change the behavior, and then all that will ensure that the social change is able to happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The next question will go to Dr. Charles, but please, you have less than 3 minutes so that we can make good use of the time and so that other facilitators can also make contribution. So we have just 3 minutes per speaker. Thank you so much. Now, the question goes thus for Dr. Charles. Is it possible to give OD research and practice a consistent and structured formality based on planned perspectives?
Okay.
Dr. Charles.
He's muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, I didn't quite
Yes,
get your
we
question.
can.
I was trying to write it down, but I missed it. You said
Okay, so sorry about that.
Is it consistent? Yes.
Is it possible to give research and practice a consistent and structured formality based on planned perspectives?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think research is key. From the history and the presentations the speakers have all alluded to the importance of research. And if we're going to transform OD in Africa, we need to back it with research. And in line with this, I'd like to share 4 things I consider key if we need to raise awareness around research and the importance of research. We must find out how have we been doing research in the past that has not been benefiting us. And in one of the presentations, I saw a number of theses lying down. The knowledge, the research findings end up on the floor and nothing gets to the implementation level. So going forward, we need to find an approach where theses will not end up in dumping grounds, but the knowledge will find its way to be implemented. So I would like us to pay attention to 4 things. One is drop. The things that we are doing that is not helping us to advance OD on the continent. And for that matter, research, support OD, we need to find them and drop them. We don't publish, we don't share information. Things that we are doing are not too relevant to contemporary times. And I think we've been encouraged by the speakers to pay attention to that. So we need to look out for more things we are not doing so well on the continent and drop. Then my next thing is keep. Yes, we are doing certain things that are good for research. Year after year, universities are producing research, consultants are also doing research for clients and all that. And is that all? We need to look, what is it that we are doing very well so that we keep them? And I would like to also share is, what do we need to revise? There may be certain things that we are doing that is not supporting research on the continent. The issue of funding the research, coming up with relevant topics. We also got to hear from the presenters that even the literature review we do should be modernized. So going forward, we need to incorporate OD values and OD way of doing things into some of these aspects of research and gathering data. OD is based on research, so research will always be relevant to OD. So how we improve OD research and presentation of findings on the continent will go a long way to improve research. And I think that AODA coming on board should pay attention to research and making research more relevant and applicable and more responsive to our needs. I think that the earlier presenters have alluded to that. And the 4th dimension I want to add is innovation. What is it that we are doing that we are not doing so well that we need to innovate? So I think that we are able to work on these 4 frontiers. We'll be able to sustain research and make research relevant to OD on the continent. So this is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much for also managing your time effectively. So the next question will go to Mavis. What are the core skills and competencies of OD professionals? Mavis.
Sorry, yeah. So I think the core skills of OD practitioners, I think we had them. I think this session today really highlighted them. So I think one of them is self-reflection. So the ability to reflect as you're working with and within the system, but also the ability to be able to uncover your own biases, your own assumptions, and the models in use. Which models are you using? So it's very critical. And I think also key, the reason why we're gathering together is that we realize that in OD is such a broad field that it requires many competences and it has many strategies of transforming the system. So if you're doing leadership development, if you're doing culture change and transformation, if you are busy with strategy or if you're busy with the structure, so there's need for collaboration because you can't house all those key competences under one person. It's very difficult. Well, maybe not necessarily very difficult, but I think we can't be experts in all the things. So I think as OD practitioners, one of the key skills is that we need to learn to collaborate with the various leaders in the various key aspects of OD that we may need to be intervening in organizations, and also the ability to be able to work across diverse cultures, right? So because we are working with the dynamics of organizations now where we're looking at these organizations being global, but also us gathering together here across cultures, that ability to have that diversity mindset and the ability to change or to know when to change is very critical, because as OD practitioners, we're talking about the ability to continually be learning so that we can help out the organizations that we are helping to also be learning. So we need to know when to change or how to change. because all we're doing is we're really interested in behavior change. We're really interested in changing mindsets in organizations so that we can have sustained behavior change. So knowing when or how to change is critical for an OD practitioner. I think those are some of the key, competences that may be useful or that are useful for an OD practitioner.
Question. Thank you so much. The next question goes to Alfredo. Say, how can organizations use all these skills and practices to aid organizational and social and societal transformation? How can organizations use all these skills and practices to aid organizational and societal transformation? Alfredo.
I think we lost him. We don't have.
Okay, so I'll redirect the question to Kadara. Kadara, I'll direct the question to you. How can organizations use all the skills? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so how can organizations use all these skills and practices to aid organization and societal transformation? I guess I'm speaking with Kadara, right?
Yes, okay,
thank you.
OD practitioners can use all these skills and practices to aid organizational and societal transformation by working with large groups and small groups.
Exactly.
Facilitating intervention in those groups, using techniques such as brainstorming, planning, defining organizational and societal transformation. For organizational, OD has been used to achieve organizational excellence through coaching, consulting, and facilitation skills. This includes activities such as team building, leadership development, structural improvement, cultural development, and capability development. So in these processes, the OD practitioner uses the skills of coaching, consulting, and facilitation. In the societal transformation, OD practitioners can use their skills to strengthen societal change focused on organization, scaling up the impacts of such agencies, creating new inter-organizational systems, as well as changing the contexts that shape the action of actors in the strategic action to social change. Thank you.
I think we lost Mary there. The other panelists, if you have anything to add as we get Mary back, Mavis or Mabel, who was there on the panel yesterday. Yes, Mavis, go ahead.
So I think as I was also sharing about some of the, the competences required for OD practitioners, I think one of the things we kept hearing in the session is that we need to be able to see the system, right? We need to understand the context.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we need to be able to have that contextual intelligence, but also be able to see the system. So as you're working with the human system and the organizational system, you need to understand the human system so that you can understand and facilitate change within the organizational system by leveraging the human system. So it's very, very critical for us as audit practitioners to really, really understand, the human system so that we can do the interventions that really, facilitate the change that we're seeking in organizations.
Rachel, anything to add on that? Rachel. Or Dr. Charles?
Thank you. I think that I would want to add
Rachel.
that this is Charles.
Yes. Go ahead, then Mary will take up.
Okay. All right. I think that as we focus on building a new culture of OD, a new awareness, we need to focus on the self. A lot of the things that we have said will lead up to molding us to see things in multiple perspectives. and that is the use of self, which is key for OD. So going forward, I think that we need to pay attention to how we develop ourselves professionally and how we also improve the interaction with the communities that we serve so that we become continuously relevant to them. And so initially, I wanted to talk on the OD principles and concepts. So I find the use of self as one, and awareness. I think we need to create awareness at all the levels. One area where we need to do this, especially, is with the universities. Our universities are very traditional, and they operate more of closed boundaries. Their receptiveness to newness and innovation, except for COVID, is very slow. While on the other hand, the professionals practice and they try to. I see a disconnect between the professional practitioners and the universities, because the universities have a very close boundary. So going forward, as we try to charter a new course for OD in Africa, we need to see how we can work on these two boundaries and promote some form of exchange. I don't want to go back to history, but Noble will agree with me. He tried something, he wanted to find ground. When he came to Ghana, he went to GIMPA, the Institute of Management and Professional Studies. He wanted to form a collaboration. It didn't work, not because of him, the boundaries were closed. Then there's with UCC, and I think that may be the situation in many of our countries. The universities are not receptive to change. They are not open to professional practice. Academia and professional practice need to find ways to work so that we have a collaborative environment which will support. And I think that the quality assurance presenter, sorry for the name, is it Dr. Makuku? Okay, I think she did very well. She highlighted the issues. OD is a collaborative effort, but it's not easy for academia and the professionals to collaborate. So going forward, this is something we need to look at and to try to change this on the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll ask Chienza to also comment on that, the concepts and theories or models in organization development, since you touched on that. Chienza, some of the concepts and models, and Mavis, I will ask you to respond to a question in the chat box regarding political. Chienza, what are some of the concepts and models and theories that support organization development?
Okay, thank you, Doc. I will speak of appreciative inquiry, which is a process where the consultant focuses on what is working. You focus on the positives to bring out the desired future. So during the consulting process, you focus on the positives, what is working for the organization, instead of focusing on the negatives, which have the potential to demotivate your client. But if you look at the positives, then build to get to your desired future.
Thank you. Rachel, I see you there. Any comment that you need to add to the discussion? Rachel.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the systems thinking as well, because this we've talked about OD having an impact on the whole system. And how can this happen is having a holistic approach in a way, what is working in an organization or in a setup. And this includes moving away from the traditional analysis, and also just trying to understand what is breaking down when you're talking about OD as we come into an organization to try and set them up. What can be used in different types of research as well? How can we transform this organization to a research organization so that they're able to learn as they go? And then again, try to use different tools such as the behavior over time, because it's a system change will may happen overnight in an organization. However, the behavior side, the human side of it will take time. So how does that behavior over time indicate the variables of different actions, as well as the causal loop, the relationship between different systems and how that works as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A question on political. What is the role of OD to political leadership? Mavis. And I would also ask our keynote speakers to respond to a question on the difference between OD and change management. I think this was attended to yesterday, but I will ask also some of the keynote speakers who are here to touch on that. Mavis, over to you.
Okay, so I think if we look at the core values of OD and we see how that can impact an organization or a system, and we're talking about the politics in Africa, what we want to see. We want to put humanity and the development of humans at the center of our own continued interventions and development. So if we look at the politics in Africa right now, we do not have, well, a few countries, if any, have the, what is it called, the proper democratic processes, which is one of the things that we value in ODI. But also in terms of leadership, when we look at leadership, we're talking about also democratic practices when we talk about OD. But in Africa, we struggled a lot with autocratic practices, and we've also struggled with the abuse or oppression of our own people. When we are saying in OD, the human is the center of our own belief system as OD practitioners. We want to make sure that our interventions are progressing humanity, they are progressing the human that we are serving. But we find that with politics, we still have a long way to go in terms of the leadership mindsets that needs to move away from, some of the ways we're operating right now in Africa, mostly, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else from the panelists who want to add on that, the role of OD to political development, before I hand over to Mary and Thea? Please.
Yes.
Keynote.
Yes, can I come in?
Please do.
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Gabriel.
Yes, I think with the association now, we will be streamlining the competency in OD practice to that of management consultant. They are very parallel. They are not the same. They can never be the same. What OD does is a therapeutic intervention. OD is very facilitative. It's entirely different. They may interact at certain times. Management consultant can adopt some of the OD tools to enhance their work, but the originality of OD evolved from what Kurt Reed did, survey research, which gave birth to action research. And the process of driving change or transformation in the OD practice is entirely different using the action research. In other jurisdictions, they say the OD cycle. So with the current happening, we all need to adopt skills of facilitative intervention. So facilitating means helping to discover, helping to empower, helping to coach, helping to support, helping to create an enabling environment for people, groups, institutions, small or large systems to appreciate the therapeutic intervention that they can go through patiently to get lasting results. That process is a specialized process that one needs to be trained to be able to adopt that. Now, in community development, in institutional development or institutional strengthening, in group development, there are so many tools that people can use. But if you are coming in the OD way, you need to have that patience to be able to introduce the facilitative approach to that particular client or group that you are guiding and supporting, to be able to discover what they really want to be and where they really want to get to. It's entirely a different approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Dr. Makuku, the plenary members, any other contribution on political leadership or on change management?
Yes, Dr. Justin, I just wanted to add on in terms of OD will ensure accountability of those in office. And this will ensure that there's growth, one, economic growth, and 2, infrastructure. And what will this mean to different countries that implement this? They'll be able to sort of stand on their own. They will not be able to depend so much on, like we are seeing currently, not many countries in the region or in the continent can actually be able to push back from the influence that we normally get. Look at what happens during elections or during big events that happen globally that affect Africa. Most of the time, because we have not shown that we are accountable to what we already have or what we have already been given, nobody can trust us in a way. So by ensuring that we have systems working, but ensuring that we have the human aspect in our political arena, then we'll be able to, push back from the influences that normally come in and make us not just stand on our own, but we are swayed depending on where the globe is going or where the world is going. So by ensuring that we are accountable, we'd be able to have economic growth that ensures that the people in those countries are able to stand on their own. They can be able to push back as well. And then that will ensure that I think that the level ground will be able to even be better for the citizens of the country.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Charles or Chiedza, any contribution as we wrap this and go to Dr. Makuku? Yes.
I'd like to add that as we think of promoting OD on the continent, we should target the African Union, we should target our own national presidents, the leaders of the political structures, political parties. If all of them should imbibe the OD values and incorporate them into their work, I think we'll be making a significant move. So I would like to have them in mind, bear them in mind as we look for different ways of creating awareness about OD on the continent. We should not leave the politicians out. And I think that OD was built on democratic values, and some of them have lost their flavor. So if through OD, we can re-articulate this and help our politicians, our political party systems, the leaders and all that, to have some bit of OD in their endeavors, I think that we can count that as our success as we go along. Thank you. That's the submission I want to make.
Chiedza, comment on this, then Dr. Makuku close this plenary. Chiedza. Okay, Dr. Makuku.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is actually still to seek clarification between change management and OD, because I really struggle. When I look at change management, it's we identify what we need to change, and then we need to educate the people on what is the change which needs to be done, why and how we are going to do it. And then after that, we embark on the process of change. And so how does that differ? Where do we have the real, how do you call it? Where do the real differences stand?
Thank you.
Between change management and OD? I really want to understand this.
Thank you. Dr. Mavis, would you want to respond to that? I will also rope in Mr. Martin and Prof. Noble.
Okay, so when we talk about change, normally the way I've understood it is that, we normally have planned change or unplanned change, right? So planned change is you're looking at, maybe you want to do cultural transformation, right, in an organization. So that's planned change. You're seeking what you want to sort of go and change within an organization. Although you will be using OD interventions, but you are seeking, it's almost like you're seeking to change a certain aspect of the organization, or maybe you want to change the structure, redesign the structure. It's within, so it feels for me like OD is like the mother body. Change comes in as one of the tools, or not tools, but one of the interventions within OD that you are using to improve the organization. So with OD, we don't necessarily have to, that's my thinking, we don't necessarily have to wait for us to find like a planned change or respond to unplanned change like COVID-19. It's continuous, where we are trying to continually grow and develop an organization using the practices and the mindsets. So it's broader and bigger than just change management. And I could be probably, wrong there, but I think that's my understanding, to say change is an OD intervention almost, because you're seeking to change a particular aspect of an organization broadly, sorry, not broadly, I mean, in particular aspect of the organization within using OD practices or interventions, but also change being actually an intervention within OD practice, I think.
Thank you. Mr. Patrick. Patrick, you're muted.
Thank you for that.
I'm unmuted now. This topic has been around a long time. Change management. Can I show a slide?
Yes.
This will be a very interesting slide, hopefully. Yeah, change management is a stepwise kind of thing. It changes from, and let me get rid of this. Change occurs from A to B, okay? It's basically moving from one static state to another static state. And sometimes they spend millions doing this, and it takes years, like 2 to 3 years, but it moves us from A to B, but the world in the meantime has changed to F. So just think of change management as moving from static A to static B, where OD is a continuous emerging process as one's internal and external environments change. So OD is a continuous development over time, where change management models are basically from 1 to 2. Does that make sense to people?
Yes.
Okay, so it's as simple as that if one wants to put into easy, simple terms. Most change management programs and event workshops are always behind the 8 ball also. It's a reactive state. It becomes another here we go again project. It's merely added to the list of to-dos. And over time, it gets forgotten because people have a lot of work to do every day. They're pressures. So OD is more of a natural development over time. And that's how I think of the difference between the two. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in change management, we see a number of stepwise approach, linear approaches, where they tell you if you do step 1, you finish step 1, you go to step 2, step 3, and those nice models that are used in change management. But does change respond in that way, to follow a linear approach, a step-by-step approach, where we go through quarter 8-stage change process? The environment is changing, and there are a lot of influencing factors, and we need a continually evolving process, which comes with OD from that respect. And the perspective that Mavis brought in, where change management is focusing on a specific area and it's not looking at the system as a whole. We're just dealing with this particular element of the organization. And then we see in organizations, you go and do change management in accounts, but you are not taking into consideration the effect on marketing and production and operations. And 2 weeks down the line, the people in marketing are complaining. And you bring another change management intervention in marketing, and then the people in finance start complaining because you are not aligning the different functional areas in that respect. Thank you so much. I'll take closing remarks from the plenary members. I'll start with Rachel. Anything that you would want to share as we close this plenary session? Rachel.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Justin. I think for me, and what the conference has really taught me is how do we integrate the OD strategies we're talking about as we think about the organizational structure and as we think about our context, because we're looking at the behaviors, the cultures we bring, the skills that we have. And then when you think about what Peter Drucker said about culture eats strategy for breakfast, we may have the best OD strategies. We may have, book well read and all that. But what we find as we go back to our colleges, our schools, our organizations, the culture that I am bringing to the table as an employee or as a learner will determine whether that strategy is going to work. So as OD practitioners, as we go to assist and support these organizations, how can we ensure that we are able to manage the planned change that you're talking about? How can we engage all the staff that are there, feedback mechanism, communication and all that? And then how do we define what change we want to bring about? The desired values and behaviors. What do we need to drop? What do we need to pick up? Or what do we need to retain? And then aligning that with the organization or the overall strategy and processes. And I think all that will be able to ensure that we retain what is working, and then we are able to work with what we need to improve on to achieve, that desired result that we want. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Charles.
Well, I would like to quote Herb Shepherd and say that you never know unless you try. I think this conference has started it all, and quite a good number of doable things have been put out. And if we can carry them through, AODA will become a reality, it will become influential, and it will become sustainable. So thank you for the platform created. We need to water the plant so that the plant will grow into a big tree. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Marvis.
Okay, so for me, just as I'm reflecting on everything that we've shared on this platform, is I'm thinking about the fact that, we've done so well in developing our intellect, but that has actually become the enemy, where we have very smart people head-wise, but when it comes to the heart, we're very ignorant. And the challenge that I sit with is how do I even, starting with myself, start to sort of, relook at some of the ways I look at competence, expertise, and my own intellect, so that I remain a humble learner. Also bring this concepts, around, people in organizations, because one of the things that we know, I read an article that says our difficulties or one of the challenges we have is OD practitioners. It's not people who are unlearned or ignorant people who are uneducated. It's your smart people, very, very smart people. That is going to be a difficult person to deal with, to be able to sell some of the concepts of OD, and also to, talk about, transforming from the head to the heart. So for me, I think I'm sitting with that and I'm thinking, we have lots of work to do, but also work on ourselves as well to be able to transform the way we look at, ourselves and the way we show up in the workplaces, either looking at ourselves as experts or just, showing up as a humble learner, but also looking at the fact that most of us, like I've just graduated now, you, Dr. You helped me with my, my discussion, as the discussant, is that you have spent 4 years doing a doctorate in the US. You learn about all the DEI challenges that the US is experiencing. Our DEI issues are different. We need to be talking about decolonization of the mind. Where do we begin? Healing of ourselves. Where do we begin? What interventions do we have where we are actually starting to bring this healing in organizations, in societies, so that we can begin to transform mindsets, so that we can begin to show up, as leaders that we want to see that can transform our own organization. Because without some of that healing happening, we keep on making the same sort of cycle all the time, where we are not making headway, because that has become, that victim mentality is actually becoming our biggest enemy, where we are not taking responsibility or being accountable for anything, for that matter, and therefore perpetuating the same struggles and challenges that we keep on facing as a continent. So I'm just thinking about all those things. Thank you for this platform and for this conference.
Thank you so much. Yes, Doc, I see your hand up. I'll just close this plenary. Chieza, your closing remarks on this session.
Thank you, Doc. I've personally benefited a lot from this platform, and I'd like to thank you for putting this conference together. picking from what I picked up yesterday, that we've got the foundation is Africa for OD. And from today's session, we can use OD in all aspects of our lives, in the organization, in the society, as well as in politics. As an emerging OD practitioner, I look forward to implementing some of these OD principles in all the aspects of my life where I'm involved in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As Oluwatoyini is getting ready for the next presentation, we have 2 presentations left before we close this conference. One is coming from Mr. Oluwatoyini Idowu in Nigeria, and the last keynote address will come from Dr. Gabriel. Then we'll have a closing breakout room session and other cross-board chats after that. So we have approximately 40 to 50 minutes before we close the session today. Dr. Makuku, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Doc. I really needed to say this on the platform. What I have realized is that long after colonialism is gone also, people just shun themselves. This time around, it's not about anybody also is just holding a whip onto us and so on. People just hate themselves. You see Black people bleaching. They don't like their food, yet it's some of the best. And somebody says, I drink only wine from France, and it comes from South Africa. You know, this feeling of I'm more learned and important when I behave like them. So part of it also, it's our own fault, and it's the decolonization of the mind that we need to do that. We now think we are very inferior, anything to do with us. That's why I even demonstrated with John Mensah that to look at how he changed the world, and he's not the only one. The ones who did the pacemaker, which saves people with heart problems, the traffic light and the air conditioners, they are all Black people. So how come we are just all humans, and we need to start by liking ourselves and who we are, and to acknowledge and know that we have our own valuable things which have been borrowed actually. Some of them have been borrowed long back, and people have moved on in other continents to use what we shun, our herbs and all. Thank you. I really needed this.
Thank you so much. Oluwatoyini, just get ready. I need a comment from Hilja. Hilja is into change management, and Reni, then you take up your presentation. Just get ready to start immediately after. Hilja, any comment on change management? You spend most of your time doing change management. Hilja.
Thank you, Dr. Justin. I just reflected, I think, in practice, how I see it, and really that's my perspective. I feel that it is part of the broader OD, I think, as Mavis expanded on that. So it is just no longer about following a process or following a structured approach to doing it, but rather preparing for, being proactive to help organizations and to help individuals to go through a transition. Obviously, yes, from point A to B, but it's really part of the broader umbrella of OD. So that's my contribution.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Remy. Yes, Prof. Noble, go ahead. Then Mr. Ido will take up from there.
I told myself to keep quiet and learn, but I couldn't resist at the end. Most of the things shared about management, change management, and OD, organization development, resonate with me. But to me, however, when I do change management for clients, it's more of a short-term thing, whereas the practice of OD has a long-lasting commitment, involvement, and also a way of passing knowledge onto the client, which is very typical of OD rather than change management. So an element of self-renewing process in the OD. So what I'm trying to say is there's a strong overlap between the two. However, there are some components of OD that do not exist in change management. Thank you. so that I don't start writing a third book.
Thank you. Like I indicated yesterday, in whatever OD conference or workshop that you attend, this question will always be asked: the difference between change management and organization development. Thank you so much for the contributions. Mr. Ido, are you there? Mr. Ido?
Yeah, oh yeah. Hello, can you hear me very well?
Your connection is lagging. Go ahead, we'll see. Yes, hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Good evening, all. Yeah, my name is Oluwatoyin, PhD holder. I'm from Nigeria and a lecturer at Lagos State University. Today, I want to say I'm so happy. I am delighted based on what we have been doing since yesterday. It has been a learning experience for me. Learning experience because a lot has been learned, a lot has been said, new things I imagine. So today we are looking at reinventing African institution, the organizational development option.
Sorry, I think we lost him. We lost him there. Dr. Gabriel, you can take up from there. Dr. Gabriel.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, we'll come back to you after Dr. Gabriel. Yes, Doc.
Okay, so I'll give brief about what I said yesterday, and then I'll conclude with the impact of OD. As I mentioned in my introduction yesterday, my brief will be about OD, Kalungu, and symbols as change, some origin of what we call the Adinkra, the 1930 Constitution, appreciated leadership, and changes in Africa that are similar to OD, and then I will just summarize it with the impact of OD, community and organizational development formula that works well. In Ghana and within Africa, my research revealed that every family has a symbol of authority or a symbol that is so revered to them, that is very influential, and that causes change, education, and togetherness. In fact, peace in all communities, all clans, all families in Africa. This has been recorded long ago. So you can find symbols as what we call the Edinkra. You can find symbols related to leadership. You can find symbols related to power. You can find symbols related to networking. You can find symbols related to facilitating change or culture of people. And all this existed long before any of Africa's country independence. And so we had our own set of education long before. If anybody tells us that they gave us education, it is not true. Africa already have their own way of education. They have their own way of religion. They have their own way of development. So that is established in several literature. But I want to draw your attention to a very few of them, and the few issues we'll have to talk about. I didn't want to pick anybody's definition so that I'll be tempted to be explaining, but I picked my own way of working definition. OD is all about ensuring that you influence change positively. OD is all about ensuring that people express their candidness. OD is all about ensuring that people express their experience. And if these experiences are documented, they transform the organization. The members of the organization are given much more responsibility to be able to transform the desired change, and that is continuous. So that is a working definition I have been using in all my profession. Now, if you are talking about OD, one of the earliest approach that we all have built the knowledge on is what we call the action research, of which Kalungu used, and it was utilized across the globe. All OD professionals are tasked to look at the action research as the basic model for change and transformation to thrive. And so I cannot move ahead without talking about this. But more importantly, as I mentioned, one of Africa's gift is symbol which help unite the people in Africa, which help the indigenous people. And there's clear literature in Ghana and in all Africa countries, in public and private university, in research institutions, that confirms this, that symbols are very powerful. So I decided to zero it down to Ghana and to use Adinkra symbol. And Adinkra symbol was originally created by the Bono people in Ghana, by its main founder, which is called the Kojua Jimai, who was the originator of the whole thing. And this was created in 1927. So before 1947, the Africans already have created their own way of organization, development, intervention, which is a Adinkra symbol that was used to bring people together. That was used to tell stories. That was used to build relationships. Don't forget that OD is about relationship building. If you want to bring transformation into any organization and you are not connected, you are not contextualized, you will not be able to help the client to bring change in wherever they are. OD help in connections, and a Adinkra symbol help in connection. The implication is that these Adinkra symbols were able to create what I call the Adinkra school, and creating a set of education to bring people together, to transform people alone is a very powerful way of driving people to sustainability. And so this is one of the bases I say that some knowledge in OD approach existed, except that they were not written until 1973 when all these Adinkra symbols were documented. So that is one of the bases. The second basis is what I want to talk about is the various symbols in Adinkra There are various symbols of Gra that talk about development, that talk about feedback, that talk about connectivity, that talk about investigation. There are so many of them, which time will not allow me, but I'm drawing your attention. This is a sensitization forum that I'm drawing our attention that some sort of behavioral science existed, practice in Africa, but it was not documented. So it is our responsibility to begin to see what was the knowledges. I call them knowledges, not just knowledge. What were the knowledges that were available before 1947 when OD was discovered? And these are some of the knowledges that I talk about. Currently, OD professionals are using technology, which they call the use of self as an instrument of change, or the use of symbols. So it is not a new knowledge. It was already existing, where Adinkra was used to bring a lot of changes. So today, if we as OD practitioners are using self as an instrument, using symbolism, it was just a build-up that we documented, which was powerful and very important to our development. And look at this symbol. This symbol in the Dikra simply means go back and get it. Go back and get it. In OD, it implies feedback. And you cannot practice OD without talking about feedback in every situation. Even as we are on this platform, after presentation, we solicit for feedback. And there are certain issues we forget and we go back for it, we add it up and it becomes a complete information. So Sankofa in the Akan, which was used since 1927, is an OD tool. It existed, but it was not documented as such. So that is one of the reasons I think that we need to go back to our root and do something about it. There's another symbol which I will use before I move to my part 2, and then I'll do the impact of OD and some formulas we can use to drive transformation in our various communities and institutions. Is Hwehwɛmudua, rod of investigation. In the traditional setting, they have very unique way of investigating about situations. And this is a symbol. Now, when you come to the contemporary OD, that is what Kathleen discovered and coined action research. So the action research model is relational to Hwehwɛmudua, rod of investigation. And I've given you the link so you can have the opportunity to read about them. And then we can relate it to our country specific. There are so many of them. I've compiled more than 100 in Ghana, and I'm trying to publish them. Now, there's a very major big tribe in Ghana, and it is based on that tribe that Ghana's constitution was adopted, which is called the Gonja Constitution. Since 1930, they had already started using their own constitution. So it is not somebody who brought democracy to Africans. And that is OD. OD is democracy. How did the traditional setup were able to use democratic principles? The only thing is that it was not documented. In the same constitution, you will find succession planning and implementation in the constitution, where the Gonja people knew that somebody who is the king overlord will die, another person will succeed, but because of our polygamous practice, there will be a lot of sons. who may be agitating and fighting to become the next overlord. So they institutionalized succession planning, that if you are from this gate, the next one, you must come from this. This was done before our independence in Ghana. And in fact, in the literature, the colonial masters endorsed that, and Ghanaian constitution recognized this as a very powerful lesson that they learned from. We've been talking about women empowerment since in the Beijing conference, in the 1995 Beijing conference. But I'm revealing to you that in 1920, the Gonja people already have institutionalized women in leadership. So again, it tells you that OD is all about empowering women. And areas I've seen women playing OD role have tried very well and survived and made great impact. This was a knowledge that already existed. So all that I'm saying is that there was knowledge, it was practiced, but it was not documented. So the Ndikra, which I call the Ndikra school, based on the explanation I gave, signify a cycle of the OD process change. The Gonja constitution signify a succession planning, which every OD facilitator is mandated to help institutions facilitate succession plan, which is scientific now, but it was existing. So that is the point I'm trying to drive at. So the African OD existed, practiced, but was not scientifically documented. But it is compatible with today's OD change models. Talk about the OD cycle, talk about the action research model. So the African OD could be revitalized. As practitioners, let's all go back to our root and illuminate. Let's begin to see the good things in Africa. As Professor David Kuprada said, let's focus our strength in Africa. It will make Africa's weaknesses irrelevant to the other part of the world. That is how you and I need to do in illuminating the good things in Africa. Let's integrate these traditional, powerful symbols and power that can be integrated to the OD approach to make it much more relational, contextual, and sustainable in driving transformation in Africa. That is my take on that. I want to conclude by saying that there are certain things I wanted to say in the part one, but I couldn't say. Now I want to make it as part of my conclusion. And that is the impact of OD education in community organizational development, the institutionalization of OD in both public and private institutions, the OD in religious bodies, OD in second cycle institution, and community organizational development formula and impact that has been made in Africa. And so I would like to summarize this by saying that CCOD has been able, over the last 12 years, tremendously influence a lot of institutions, both private and public, in Ghana and some parts of Africa. I'm talking about our main mentor institution, University for Development Studies. I'm talking about the Takoradi Technical University. I'm talking about the Catholic University College of Ghana. I'm talking about the Ghana Police, and I'm talking about other institutions within the tertiary sector, which time will not allow me to mention all of them. But a casual look at it shows great impact in all of them who were introduced to OD, in their curriculum, in their facilitation, that is delivery, and in fact, the career advancement of the workers in these universities. We have also been able to make great change in the religious, especially my church, the Catholic Church. We have been able, over the last 7 years, consistently work with the Catholic Church in Ghana to integrate OD as part of their new evangelization and transformation agenda. And I cannot describe the transformation that has happened to the Catholic Church in Ghana. It's still happening. But we have been able to help the Catholic Diocese of Sunyani to go through a complete OD transformation cycle, and they have institutionalized OD. They have created a transformation unit within the church. They have been trained in OD, and they are collaborating with all the institutions in the church and external institutions. We have just started. It is working. It is influencing. It is upgrading the systems in the Catholic Church. I don't have words to describe them, but I feel it as I speak to you now. We have been able to also help the Metropolitan Archdiocese of Tamale to develop another 10-year strategic plan, but they went through a lot, 1-year OD transformation. And go and see the energy, go and see the changes, go and see investment happening to the church. And above all, we have been able to get the whole Catholic Church, which we call the Catholic Bishop Conference, where national decisions are made. In this October, CCOD is going to facilitate a summit for the whole Catholic Church in Ghana. We have received requests from Benin, Togo, Zambia to do same, Cote d'Ivoire, because of what they are sharing around. So my brothers and sisters, OD works. OD is much more accommodating and integrative in approach in any sector that you consciously can roll in to partner. The next one I want you to say, in second cycle institutions, very difficult sector, but we are able to work with second cycle institutions, and they are making great changes. And these institutions are becoming the role models in the region, in the country, because they are using OD principles, because they have internalized OD, because they are seeing the benefits, and they keep on getting a lot of energy to do what they are doing. Finally, in our practice, we created what we call community and organizational development formula. I cannot describe the impact in Ghana and within the sub-region. But I want to mention just 5 of the communities in 5 regions for you to check and see what kind of change I'm talking about, what kind of transformation. My own community, I had the opportunity to talk to my own uncle, who is the paramount chief, about OD. He got enrolled into OD. He was so overwhelmed. He called for the first time over 100 years, he called for homecoming in the community. And the rest are magic. The community has awakened. The community were able to get a lot of infrastructure and human resource projects, which are ongoing right now as I speak, because of OD. There's another community in one of the paramountcies within the Gonja land. It's called the Kong Paramountcy. They were introduced to us by one of our NGO partners. We did the OD with them and go and see change there. Magical. In terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of environment, in terms of culture improvement, it is working there. Another one I may want to share with you is a community we call the Yerkwai. This community is cut off in a particular district, very far away from the district capital. Politicians don't even know the place. We say miracle will happen to that community. We mobilized, we used the community development formula, supported the community. They invited all major stakeholders into the community, and that day it was a miracle. That for the first time, a minister knows the community. For the first time, the community was having only one teacher, but building the community capacity, they were able to liaise with the government, and they were given official professional teachers. The community did not have chairs, tables. For the first time, they were giving chairs and tables. I can count on a number of interventions that happened within one day, and now the community has been adopted by government. So that is how OD formula can really work. To conclude with is Sunyani Municipal Health Directorate. I went to the District Director of Health and told her that we've been working with you. Government has passed the law on mental health. The law says that every district facility must have mental health unit, but you do not have. But do you know that you can call stakeholders, tell them your issues, and you can get help? He said, how can this happen? That they've been calling them and they are not coming. And I said, we will facilitate this for you. So I met them. We had the first meeting. It was resolved right from the discovery stage that they should have a committee. The committee was empowered by me. We supported them to play their role. They developed proposals. We brought government, we brought contractors, the private sectors and other institutions, financial institutions on that day. And they presented different parts of the projects to these people. They were able to get funding. As I speak now, just last week, the President of the Republic came and commissioned the only model mental health clinic, the only model in Ghana, in Sunyani, just last week. And the Ghana Health Service says they are not going to replicate that structure in all the regions in Ghana. That is how OD can create change and sustain the change and replicate the change. So if you want to bring sustainable organization and community development, you need to mobilize the people through the specialized facilitation skills, and then work with the people to assess the current state of the community or the organization. Then you, the OD facilitator, will bring empowerment to the various committees to implement the changes they identify, to manage the change they identify, to collaborate with the stakeholders they identify, and to organize the necessary and document all the significant changes that are happening in the change processes. This is a formula that works. This is a formula that is very evidential, and this is the formula that is very, very universal. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude by saying that organization development is very powerful. From all the work we have done from the last 11 years, our students, our graduates from the executive program, our alumni confirm that they themselves have been transformed, communities are transforming, and institutions are transforming. OD works like magic. OD is driven by data through specialized therapeutic intervention. It is not everybody that can facilitate organizational development change. One needs to be trained in that special way one need to humble himself or herself, and one need to continuously learning. Thank you very much for giving CCOD the opportunity to share what has happened over the last 17 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Benaku, for a practical presentation there on the impact of organization development. And this again confirms why conversations like this are terrific, why we need to have more of these conversations and leverage on what others are doing in their different countries and implement in our different countries as well. So it's no longer about expecting the government and complaining that the government is not developing communities. We have a responsibility to play, and organization development thinking informs such practices. So we need to hear more of these success stories in future conversations, in future workshops, seminars, and conferences on the actual impact of organization development. When we are training people, of what value are they making to communities? Are we not just joining traditional models of education of churning out graduates and reporting that we have graduated 2,500, 5,000 students every year, and in actual fact, all those people are just going into the streets and they're not doing anything? So we really look at our models, we look at our programs and leverage on each other as we develop the continent in that respect. Dr. Gab, you have to read in the chat box. I saw 2 questions that I will need you to respond to quickly. In the meantime, can I get a comment from 1 or 2 people before we go back to Mr. Ido? Any 2 people to make a comment or question directly? I see you, Prof.
Yes. Well done, Dr. Gabriel. That was powerful. I enjoyed it. And I was also asking myself, yes, I wish we had pulled out more of these, should I call it testimonies? Because the design of our program, which is a balance between academia and practicum, you see the number of interventions that our students make in the field. Thank you very much. It was a good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. I have one slight comment to make. Feedback is still a challenge in most of our African cultures, where one is interacting between different genders, different ages. Yes, I agree that it is possible that some African cultural artifacts and or practices predate the documented history of OD. But we need to be careful about that because Kurt Lewin, who is referred to as the father of OD, we know, or the records show, that he was born in 1898 and he died in 1947. The record also shows that OD was mainstream after his death, which means whatever he did to make OD become OD today, he did it before he died. So if we are looking at the documented history of OD, where most of them talk about late 40s, early 50s, or 60s, some arguments will be raised that Kurt Lewin, the father of OD, lived before this mainstreaming of OD. I just want to make that contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
That's a great one, and we recognize that one.
Thank you. I see Mr. Alex.
Yeah, so the comment I want to make in listening to Dr. Benaku, one of the things I note, and I think yesterday I wrote something about that in the chat box, is being aware of what we have, appreciating what we have, and then deploying what we have. If you don't know what you have, if you yourself, you do not value what you have, then no one will value it. And I was reflecting on this aspect of identity crisis. And I think today, Dr. Makuku also made a point about that. I think we need a certain healing when she made a point about our past and the bitterness and all the forgiveness we need to have. I've been reading James Allen's book, and he says, we become men when we stop whining and complaining. We begin to become men when we stop whining and complaining and confront our issues and have purpose and craft what we want to become. So I think, thank you very much. But what I am taking away, especially when you refer to the symbols, is that we should value what we have and then deploy them and make use of them in our OD practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you so much. I see two hands up. Elom Ochi. Yes, Elom, go ahead. We can't hear you. All right, we'll read your comment in the chat box. Mr. Patrick.
Okay. Yes, there's so much to talk about here. In my practice, I'm going to comment on two things that Gabriel mentioned and one on healing. In my practice, the value of feedback is not the result itself, but in the conversations that such can manifest. And it is in those kind of conversations that the mindset can change, empathy can happen, connection, emotional connection can happen, and relationships can be built. That's really the power of feedback, at least in my practice. Second, healing. In my practice, it's about creating new experiences for people that manifest new perspectives of self and others and the development of self-agency. We can go through years and years of healing, but how do we develop new experiences that build positiveness and a sense of confidence in self that one can influence their environments and make change happen? So the third thing I want to give feedback about, and that is what Gabriel said when about the history of Africa and how that was, I guess, shut down a bit from colonization. When I was a young traveler that traveled many places on the road, walking, however I could get there, to appreciate different peoples and cultures, I was taught by an old village elder this saying, and I hope I do it justice: sometimes we need to learn again from that of which we already know. And I think that is very pertinent to Africa now, to remember what exists already and bring that forward. And call it what you want, OD, whatever, it exists. And I think that is really unique to Africa. You have a foundation there to bring yourself from and manifest that again in different ways. Through OD and many other ways. And so that's what I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Aggie. Madam Aggie.
Yeah, thank you very much. This has been a very powerful presentation and it has really spoken to my heart. I just wanted to say a little bit about feedback and what I've learned from my own experience. Yes, when we are growing up, we are not taught to give feedback to our elders. But there is a process within our cultures. I can remember the feedback I would give to my parents. I wouldn't give it to them. I would go through my grandparents. So I would go to talk to my grandparents. Then my grandparents would give that feedback, which I want to give to my parents. And when I moved to live in this country, in the UK, I wouldn't allow my children to give me any feedback. When I did my OD training here, one of the homeworks I had was to get feedback from my children. I said to myself, I need to get feedback from my children. So I came in and I asked my children, sat them down and I said, I want to listen. I want you to give me feedback. It was not easy. It was really tough to hear them give me this feedback. But I've learned, I had to learn over time, but I also realized that where I am, where we don't have our own cultures, I mean, the other people who my children could use, they couldn't use. But then when you look at it in a work environment, I'm sure even within there, you can learn as to what is the culture there and how do people talk and how do they relate. So I was just reading some of the comments about feedback that we don't take the truth and all. I would want to believe that we can find out how feedback is given within different societies, and it is there in Africa. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gabriel.
Yeah, so as I've just received feedback from my presentations, I think that it is confirming the knowledges are there. This platform should be able to co-author and document some of these best practices that existed around us, which we have used. I know in my practice, most formal ways are not able to resolve conflict. But using the traditional models, conflicts are resolved. So all the researches that tells you about conflict theory, conflict resolution strategies, blah, 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 are very good from elsewhere. But I tell you, conflicts are resolved using indigenous relational approaches. And we need to document these great things. And it is our responsibility as OD practitioners to do that. Let me give you a typical example. Something just happened 3 weeks ago in Ghana. It was a national security threat. The country nearly moved into chaotic situation. Very important personality was killed. And all the securities were there, but they were not able to stop the mob. It took just one indigenous person to calm down both the state and the rout. And the country was asleep. That is OD. That is a knowledge. That is an approach that already the people know. That is friendly to the people. That is powerful. That we can search for such number of powerful people, retrain them to become consultants in our times. That is our responsibility now. So I keep on saying, OD is very, very therapeutic. It is facilitated by a specialized person trained, mostly. It is learned through humility. You acquire the necessary competencies. So let's continue to develop collaboratively. What we have may be different part of the OD knowledge that we are driving at. What the OD Institute Ghana has is different part of the OD they are driving at. What the Gold Dr. Jusin institution has is a different part of OD that he's driving at. What the others have presented are different parts of OD that is much more relevant within Africa. Now, let's bring these knowledges together. Let's enhance them Everybody will have their own businesses without any unnecessary competition. Everybody will have great interventions that will be contributing to the liberation of Africa. Everybody will have something to offer in the academia. Everybody will have something to offer in the professional practice. So I wish everybody well as we give birth to this, our baby. Let's help the baby by nourishing it to grow, to become a toddler, to become an adolescent, to become an adult. And then one day, we will meet again to celebrate. I especially want to encourage all the students who are on this platform to get to know that what Professor Noble Kumawu achieved was done in decades. What the others have achieved was done in decades. What I have been able to achieve was done in nearly a decade now. 17 years of practice. Please do not jump. If you are coming into the OD profession, you need to be patient. You need to humble yourself. You need to create the networks. You need to create relationships. You need to build the relationship to grow. OD is all about relationship building. So thank you for all of you, and we hope to continue to collaborate to grow this, our new baby.
Thank you so much, Doc. We wish we had more time to engage in more conversations, but time will not allow us. I can see the richness and everybody is ready to share insights, but time will not allow us. We have exceeded our time as well. We need to have our last presentation and then we go into our closing breakout room and then we close the session. Mr. Ido will not take a break. If you can try your presentation now. Yes, I can see your bandwidth is low. You can turn off your video and share screen.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Dr. Olu from Lagos State University.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Your network is lagging. Your bandwidth is very low. Yes, try to turn off your video.
We want to look at is reinventing African institutions.
Sorry, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
We have a lot of program on this platform.
Okay. Yeah, he needs to turn off his video, then we can have a better bandwidth. In the meantime, I will open the breakout rooms just for 10 minutes. And then if we can't get him, I think we'll close after the 10 minutes. So just join the breakout room, share some insights, and members of the planning committee and the executive will be in the rooms to facilitate a 10 minutes conversation around what was discussed. And then when we come back, we'll close the session accordingly. So the rooms are open. I'll be moving the committee members to be in every room. You can join any room now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. I just moved people to the breakout rooms. You need to try to switch off your video because it's lagging.
All
you can't
right.
even hear. Yeah.
I was saying that.
Sorry, I've moved people into the breakout rooms now. When they come back, then we'll try the last time. We'll just try when they come back.
All right. All right.
Okay.
But are you hearing me now?
I can hear you, but it's breaking. You need to turn off your video.
Hello?
Maybe it will be better. Hello? Hello? I can hardly hear you.
All right.
For now, I'll move you into the rooms, then we'll try when you come back.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
The program that I'm going to take with me is that you must know that you cannot know it all, and we all need each other. Whatever we find ourselves, the knowledge base that we have in OD, we should put it into practice, and it is working perfectly in my organization where I find myself. I'm a customer officer by profession, and yes, and our structure is a our structure is a military type, but in a small way.
I will not want to go through the definition because many definition has been given. But when we look at our state of African nations and the business space, we will find out that a lot has been at the lowest ebb. The Human Capital Development Index, the capital flight, the foreign direct investment has been so low, so that in Africa, for instance, we learned that 16% of 40 billion in 2020 has been reduced to 47 billion, or has been increased to 47 billion from 2019 in our foreign direct investment. Now, the index of governance has also been so worrisome. African nations are riddled with conflicts, tension, instability, and this will not allow for growth and ease of doing business. So also, there has been poor social life, irrational political behavior, and low citizen political participation. The business space is not faring better. Many manufacturing companies are operating below capacity. Many are folding up, and many cannot utilize and transform effectively the resources at their disposal. Now we check on OD practice in Africa. We find out that majorly many organizations still rely on external consultants to diagnose organizational issues and resolve their problems. Those with OD skills are very few, whereas the issues begging for OD intervention in Africa are legion. The skill set necessary to tackle the challenges are rarely or sparingly taught in management schools. Of concern too is that practitioners do not have a common standard or code of ethical conduct by which they operate. This is because OD has not been raised to the level of profession. It remains, as of today, at the level of practice. This makes it all-commerce business. How do we now promote and harmonize OD practice in Africa? My thoughts on this is that committee should be set up by AODA, one, to look at how OD can be professionalized in Africa.
how we can raise it from the level of all commerce to professional state. And also, this can be structured. The charter status is what we are looking for and can be structured at national level, regional, and continental level with affiliation of individual nations. Also, promoting the teaching of OD elaborately at management faculties of tertiary institutions and other business institutes can be worked out. There is need for feasibility of AODA through many outlets. One, there could be annual essay competition at tertiary institution, which allow for students to see how they can deploy OD intervention to problems besetting our institutions, our organizations, and our society. Also, there is need to present the association to governments at all levels about the operations and derivable benefits of government collaboration with the association. Let me conclude this way. The OD as an organizational and institutional renewal strategy can be deployed to solve organizational, institutional, national, social and economic challenges besetting African nations as elsewhere. However, African OD Association needs to standardize its practice, professionalize it, make itself more visible at institutions, organizational, national, and African continental levels. OD intervention should be directed at people's behavior. Somebody told us yesterday that human resources is at the center of OD. And when people's behavior are transformed in such a way, they will transform the institution or the organization they are in. Therefore, interventions should be focused on the issues that shape those performance behaviors. The feasibility of AODA needs to be enhanced in order to promote and harmonize the practice of OD in Africa. Incidentally, I'm unable to share my slides because of some issues. I've been with you since, and it's like the battery is down, so I have to use my Android phone to do this. I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you so much. It's good that at least we managed to hear your submissions with regards to those practical recommendations to AODA. And we do have your document, which we are going to be publishing on our conference proceedings. And if you can also share the presentation so that we will distribute it to everyone else who registered for the conference. Anyone with a comment on his submissions, the recommendations to engage the public sector and business leaders, essay competitions with different universities, and some of the points that he raised there. Yes, Doc.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, that's very good, because what I see, I always believe in visibility, because if we become visible, that works well and we get to be known quickly. But the issue is we need the activities which push visibility. Which are these activities? And part of what he's saying, that is it. And then without actually downing down or trying to dampen people's hearts, it's also good to know what we will go through, just like what Banda Kalungu told us. You know, I'm a quality assurance specialist with a quality assurance background. It is well documented, and I want to underscore that everything which is good, success, change for the better, and all these are compromised by corruption, politics, nepotism, and among other things. You know, even people can sometimes don't go along because your football team is not my football team. It's so pathetic, but this is the realities of things. So we want as OD to say, what interventions can we bring about to turn the tables of these things which have been documented that they compromise progress? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just noticed that Mr. Priority is here. All along he was using Chiaza's name, and he is part of the list that is supposed to present. Allow me, Mr. Priority, to give you only 7 minutes, strictly 7 minutes to run your presentation, since we no longer have time. Strictly 7 minutes to run your presentation. Apologies for that. We can start now.
Okay, thank you, Doc, and good evening, team. Unfortunately, I'm not able to use my video from where I am for the sake of network. But okay, because of our time, I will make sure that for the 7 minutes which you gave me, I'm going to use 5 minutes and leave 2 minutes for the discussions. So I kindly request for your proper attention because I'm just going to run down through my presentation for the sake of our time. Okay, I'm going to just present on a topic, enacting organizational change through evidence-based practice to achieve desired outcome. So I think and I agree that all of you agree with me that more oftenly, despite how meticulous might be our change processes, more oftenly, many organizations, they struggle with to implement effective change management or meaningful change management within the organization. So there is need for the businesses, for the leaders, for the change leaders to enact a change management through evidence-based practice as a way to achieve the desired organizational outcome. So the issue, as I said, that there is no direct envisaged in terms of the confirmatory model or the confirmatory between the change models, the theoretical perspective, and the meaningful practical organizational change. So now this presentation will try by all means to offer some solutions, some contemporary practical strategies which might need to be put in place by change leaders as a way to make sure that they are implementing a meaningful change management. So the argument being that synchronization of the change process with some evidence-based practice can bring about a more meaningful change and impactful change, because if change management is to be done within an organization and if it doesn't impact the organization, it means that it's meaningless. It doesn't add any value to the desired outcome. So this presentation, it will be based on 3 main objectives, which will be the first, identification of the synchronization between the evidence-based practice and change process. Then 2, to identify some practical ways to enact change management within an organization. Then 3, to provide some contemporary practical initiatives or recommendation to ensure meaningful change process within an organization. So in terms of change, as for this presentation, I've just identified 3 levels according to Thompson in 2018, which include transformational change, then transitional change, and developmental change. So in terms of transformational change, okay, transformational change is more like this is a disruptive change. It involves change of fundamentals within the business process into more completely a new thing. So in terms of transitional change, this involves more like replacing the current process which we might have as an organization or the procedures which we might have as an organization. So as for an organization to remain efficient and to remain improving productivity. So finally, the developmental change, it was defined as improvement of business processes. It's more like an incremental change which will just happen to an organization, just refining the current process which might be used within the organization. So as a way to identify the synchronization between evidence-based practice and change management, I've adopted a model from Wilson and Mary Jane in 2021, which shows what's the difference between the theoretical perspective of change management and also the evidence-based practice, which can be done as a way to fulfill an impactful or meaningful change process. So you can see from this model that from the other side of the model, we are having some known change principles, some known change models, some refined research on change, which generates on new knowledge or validates some existing knowledge. That's why we can have all the models which you might talk of as far as change management is concerned. It might be Kalungu-Banda models, it might be McCain 7S model, it might be a AODA model, it might be whatever model from this side. But now the evidence-based practice, it now necessitates all the change leaders or everyone who is involved in change management to translate all these models into practice, to translate all these theoretical findings, all these research findings into practice, applying it into practice so as to attain meaningful results. And this desired organizational outcome, it might be efficient, profitability, competitive advantage, and improved productivity. So the question is that what are some of the processes, or what are some of the strategies which we need to apply to enhance evidence-based practice within change management? First, we've noted systematic reviews. You know, systematic reviews, it will help to keep on synthesizing the change process which an organization might need to implement. So it's an important thing for us as change leaders, as long as we are to implement change, to keep on implementing systematic reviews so that we're also able to take our milestones, which we might cover. And this, it will also reduce what we call disintegrations of the change process, where the outcome will not tally with the desired outcome. Apart from that, we are also to implement a tracking process of tracking change and some change trends and some change patterns. This practical tracking, it will help in stocking actually the point at which maybe we might miss the change objective, or a point at which maybe we might try to deviate from the expected change outcome which we might need to do. So as long as we are implementing these trackings in practical and identifying of our patterns, which we might maybe at some point of time implement in some of the projections which we have done when we were to enact change within an organization, it will help us to also to remind us to get in line as we are supposed to implement effective change. Then also collaborative, yeah, of course, involvement of everyone. It will help us to have a synchronization of the traditional way of doing change and also evidence-based practice. So now this, with this summary, it may allow me to just move in. What are the ways for us to enact change in an organization? First is we need to ensure higher degree of agility within an organization. More often, I believe that you all agree with me that rigidity is a barrier to change management. The moment we are having rigid systems, the moment we are having rigid members who are involved in change management, there a problem comes. And believe me, that we are not expected to achieve our expected outcome as long as everything is rigid. But we need to ensure that there is agility within an organization. There's a higher degree of flexibility between the members, those who are leading the change, those who are influencing the change process, those who are influenced by the change process, and those who are taking part of this process. So all of these ends, including all the systems which are being used in change management, they really need to be agile. They need to be flexible. Apart from that, we need also to build a capacity. Okay, this it can be done with from the inlet of organization. There is need for change leaders, from the management, to implement what we call change enabler systems, to apply these enablers so that it will smoothen the whole change process, and also it will reduce some frictions within the change process. According to Karen in 2017, he even said identification of correct needed skills and competence, and also an ability to get supports and ownership from the management, it will help and smoothen this change management. And this is the way which we can implement to build capacity. There is need also for an effective adoption of organizational members. All organizational members actually who are involved in change and who are influenced or affected by change process, they need to be adopted within this process. The moment there is no adoption, it's an automatic that they are going to resist the change. So change initiatives, they must sink in everyone's mind. As you are to implement any type, or as you are to follow any type of change process, you might need to follow. It might be Ketlow's model, it might be McCain 7S model, it might be a ADCA model, it might be whatever model. There is need for this to sink in everyone's mind. So this one also, it will help the effective adoption of the organizational members. It will help everyone to agree with the tune which will be led by the change leader. To move on, we need also to make sure that the business policies, they support change. Imagine that we are to implement a change within an organization. And this change, it allows us to keep in touch with all our customers. But the business policy, it actually doesn't promote those who are using more time on phone calls. It actually punishes those who are using more time on phone calls. But this change which we are to implement, it promotes us to have time with our customers, discussing of all issues which are affecting them. So in that instance, change, it will not be enacted within an organization, but actually the only thing which you are going to receive is resistance. But if our policies are in support of the change, obviously we are going to effectively enact change within an organization. We need to implement sustainable dialogue. Yeah, this is a necessity. You know, sustainable dialogue, it also helps if we are also to do it at all business levels. This, it will help us to demonstrate an assurance that this change which we are to do within an organization as a change leader, it's a realistic change and it's authentic. So it also brings actually about a clarity to all parties who are involved within the change process and who are affected by the change process. We need to invoke on a matrix for success. Yeah, you know, we need to be futuristic. We need also to have some predictive projections. We need to map a trajectory which also post the mindset of everyone who is affected or involved in change management into the future, so that they easily abrogate and understand and also appreciate some expected outcomes through this change process. This will also help us to also identify some of the milestones which might cover within the change process. We need also to align change, obviously, with business objective. Once we are failing to align these two, our change process, which we are going to implement as a change leader, is going to mislead the whole process, and everyone is going also to resist this. So we need also to be able at this stage to answer some questions like, why are we doing this change and what is the need? So our last objective to answer is to provide some contemporary practical initiatives to ensure a meaningful change process. So the first one being ensuring a 360 feedback. You know, we don't need to be directional when it comes to feedback. We don't need to be selective when it comes to feedback, but let's allow and make sure that we access feedback from all angles. We access feedback from all levels, because you know, this one, it will help us to understand very well. There's always an existing gap map to clarify on that one. There's always an existing gap between how others think of ourselves and how ourselves also we think of ourselves. So there's this existing gap between how we think of ourselves and how others think of us. So to close that gap, there is need for us to ensure that there's a 360 degree feedback. Proactive thinking, yeah, of course, we need to project. So maybe someone might ask you, so what's the difference between these contemporary practical initiatives to ensure meaningful change process and the ways in which a change leader might enact change? These practical initiatives are there to supplement the ways to enact change within an organization. So proactive thinking is also needed to supplement the ways to enact a change management within an organization. This will also help to integrate the current process with some future expected outcomes. We need also to create some collaborative relationship. This is more important. There is no way we can get our way without this collaborative relationship. One might ask, so what's the difference between collaborative relationship and 360-degree feedback? 360-degree feedback, it helps us to know how others perceive things and how others think about us. But a collaborative relationship may help us in getting all the members of the within the change management on the same page. And also it helps us in clarification of ownership. You know, in change process, ownership is very vital, it's very important. So this collaborative relationship, it helps us in ensuring that ownership between all the all the included members within the change process. And obviously, effective communication is needed to communicate how things are supposed to be done, why such things are being done, and what those things are supposed to be done, and when are they supposed to be done. So we see that all these identified practical initiatives actually to implement meaningful change, and also other workable ways may come up actually with effective enacting of change a process within an organization. So this, it will take us to conclusion that change, if we only preach and chant it like a slogan as change, it won't make any effect to the organization. But it is believed if it is being seen happening. So an impactful change can only be seen if the whole process is to be converted into action. So let us not to preach change. Let us not only to just share the knowledge of change, but let's convert everything into action for it to be meaningful to us. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I believe that if we are to implement these practical strategies, we will make the whole process of change management to be effective and to be more impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And apologies for making you to rush through the presentation as a result of our time. But I like that we are closing this session by going back to the fundamentals of what we have been discussing since yesterday, and the need for system thinking, where you're mentioning synthesized systematic reviews. And I saw Dr. Makuku commenting about monitoring and evaluation. And you also talk about tracking, which brings the need for pattern thinking, seeing beyond the horizon, the need to have relational thinking and collaborative thinking. You are also emphasizing the role of collaborative networks, communication, and moving away from hierarchical rigid structures in our organizations, the need to have policies that are accommodative and promoting dialogue in organizations. I think this sums up all the things that have been discussed since yesterday. And you also touched on feedback. Since yesterday, feedback has been mentioned over and over again in all the conversations. And thank you so much for bringing that up. I would need only 2 people to comment on this presentation before we close. We were supposed to have reviews of the breakout rooms, but we will not do that. I will ask Mr. Alex to talk about our next steps after this conference, and Professor Kumau to close the session. I need 2 people to comment on Mr. Priority's presentation. Dr. Jean, do go ahead.
Sure. I think he deserves a medal for staying on track and going so fast. That was so well done. Thank you so much. It was a terrific review of the things that we all know, and repetition is the mother of learning. So that's a great way to embed it in us, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rachel, are you there? Rachel Gatagu?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. And thank you, Priority, for taking us through all that. As Jean says, I think we need to be reminded, because as we get into the implementation bit, we may overlook some of the things, and we need to go back to the fundamentals. And that's how we implement the change that you want to see. Because change is inevitable, one, and also we need to keep up with the trends that are happening. And if we look at the organizations that you're working now, or even in the institutions that we are teaching now, we have a lot of intergenerations now. We are seeing boomers working with generation X, Y, and Z, and all this ensures that OD is important. I think because we are able to bring all these cultures that are cross-cutting, we are able to bring all these behaviors that are cross-cutting into one harmonized approach. And I think that is important. And spaces like this, that you're able to learn from different practitioners, that you're able to share, that you're able to peer learn from each other. I think it's important to be able to just be brought back to the basics, I think, so that we don't lose track, we don't get it over our heads because we've been doing something for a long time and we think our way is the best. I think, as someone says, we need to learn to unlearn to learn. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, I understand you are in Eswatini. Can we hear your voice from there? Then Dr. Makuku, then Mr. Alex, and then we close. Yes, Mr. Shepherd, you are muted. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Shepherd. I saw you turned off your video. You need to unmute yourself. Dr. Makuku, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to do a quick one. Thank you, Priority. We're going to miss out a lot. I just want to say that, ladies and gentlemen, is it not possible that for those who are in institutions, we also can live OD? I remember somebody just saying we can apply OD in our communities, in our workplaces, and everywhere. I think we should do a conscious move to be role models of OD ourselves. And then some of the issues which happen, for example, those in the academic institutions, you can apply OD principles there, not necessarily waiting for a real program to be approved. I don't know, just food for thought.
Thank you, thank you. Reni, I called your name several times and we missed you. If you can say something in 30 to 1 minute. Reni Freeman.
I have challenged myself to just be a listener in this session, but I am grateful to be in all of your presence. It's been very meaningful the last few days, and what I had shared very briefly with the group that I was with earlier was, what does it mean to broaden the spectrum and the language and how things are communicated when we're talking about OD, and to have a wider perspective of how multicultural and how deep the history is of it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Shepherd, are you there? All right, over to you, Mr. Alex.
Yeah, thank you so much, Justine. Thanks to all of us. I want to make my concluding remarks with, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world indeed. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Those are Margaret Mead's words, and we noted them at the beginning of the conference. Indeed, AODA is born, and AODA is you and I. And so we are calling on all of us to make AODA a success. On that note, the next steps, we believe and we are putting things in place so that in September, we have a webinar. More information will be given on this. And then also any other activities that come up, we will let you know. And then any other things that are in connection in making the organization take its steps into the future, we will also let you know. Thanks so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof. Kumau.
Thank you very much. Oh, What a couple of days. Well, I just want to share a few thoughts and then bring the curtain down as Dr. Justin has suggested. Fellow Africans, sounds like a politician. OD brothers and sisters in the diaspora, it is indeed a great step taken today, these last 2 days, to outdo the collective presence of OD practitioners and allied professions on the continent of Africa. Congratulations to all of us. After today, important OD interventions that have the ability to impact lives positively and enrich the field of OD that we conduct in Africa shall no longer remain hidden to the world. We now have a platform to showcase our important OD interventions without suffering a second-class citizen treatment. We will do this without consciously causing anyone within or without the continent to experience any form of professional alienation. As I said in my keynote speech yesterday, there are only a few institutionalized, accredited OD training programs in Africa. Most of the existing OD programs are not accredited. This means that these qualifications are not recognized. Nonetheless, I will not stop or advise that these courses stop. No, these OD courses must continue to run, but I rather encourage their respective owners to very quickly work to obtain accreditation for these programs. It is good for the credibility of the field in Africa. We need more OD programs. Let us get together and strengthen ourselves through strategic alliances and other forms of collaboration and tap into the many opportunities out there. Africa Organization Development Association, or AODA, shall not exist as an island or exclusive entity. Most of us are already members of older and existing national and international OD associations. The birth of AODA should not negatively affect our membership of those other associations. No, far from it. Rather, our rich experiences from our membership of these older OD associations should rather be used to enhance the operations of Africa Organization Development Association. We will extend our hand of friendship and collaboration to carefully chosen, reputable OD associations and tap into good practices without allowing unacceptable cultural practices to filter through and negatively impact our practice of OD on the continent. I want to thank members of the planning committee for a job well done. We will continue to work together to move AODA forward. The Constitution of Africa Organization Development Association has now been adopted and an interim leadership is in place. I congratulate members of the interim executives for the appointment. We need to work hard to justify the honor reposed upon us by being asked to work to move the association forward after this conference. We are to hold this position for only 1 year. Let us work together, walk in the spirit of Ubuntu to achieve the mandate given to us. Yes, a giant step has been taken today because a lot of OD interventions have been happening all over Africa, but in small, unannounced, unrecognized, unappreciated, and insignificant doses. After today, after this maiden AODA conference, important OD interventions that have the ability to impact lives positively and enrich the field of OD shall no longer suffer obscurity. The leadership of AODA shall ensure that the past lack of recognition and lack of appreciation shall remain where it is in the past. As the first chairman of the African Organization Development Association, albeit interim, I today announce at this maiden conference of AODA, with full assuredness and excitement, the establishment of an annual award for outstanding contribution to the practice and development of OD in Africa. I thought I'd like to see you having a clap of hands there. I will work with my fellow chairmen and general secretaries behind the scenes to establish and communicate the criteria for selection to members. We will be writing to inform every member who has registered for this conference of OD programs and inviting you to participate in relevant CPD continuous professional development activities like Mr. Alex talked about earlier. Once again, congratulations to all and sundry keynote speakers, panelists, participants, colleagues who work behind the scenes to ensure that this two-day conference has been successful. Thank you all, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Dr. Justin. You are muted. You are muted.
Thank you. Those who can open their videos, if you can open your videos, then we just take a group photo from the screen, please. Those who can, just go ahead and turn on your videos. We just have a group photo as a record for this session. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. 1 second. I'm using WhatsApp to capture that. My colleagues who are here can also do the same. Then we'll have the photos with us. Just go ahead and take the photos of the different screens. Thank you so much. All right then, thank you everyone. It was good to be here. We continue engaging, we continue interacting as we go on. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you, bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It's
really a nice session.
Alex,
thank you.
Nice meeting you all.
Yes.
From Sunyani,
Great job.
Ghana.
Well done. Well
Yes.
done.
You
Thank you for your contributions.
I want to go.
Oh, great.
All presentations were really nice. Thanks for meeting all of you all.
Done
Greetings
well.
from
Yes,
Ghana,
it
Sunyani,
was
Ghana for
Very fantastic.
Yes.
Beautiful culture and tradition here.
Very beautiful.
It's appreciation to be part of this whole process and session.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Good presentation. Good
Bye-bye.
presentation.
Bye-bye.
Good presentation.
Yeah.